Yo, what's up, stream? Let's see if we can listen to some of these tunes without getting smacked down by YouTube. Bro, how the hell did they have to have an exception for big streamers on YouTube? Because like when IShowSpeed did his tour across America, I watched him listen to popular rap music, and his stream never got copyright struck on YouTube. Let's see if we can listen to some of this stuff on this Spotify playlist without getting copyright struck. All right. Today we're going to try to launch the first 2 t-shirts for the Nuldrums on the website. We're going to finish editing some videos for YouTube Shorts. Oh, the music's not working. Oh, there we go. And we are going to so we're going to launch the first 2 t-shirts. And then right now, the main workhorse, Claude, for me, we've kind of slowed down on every other project because everything's done. I built the stream clipper, it works. I built an entire game launcher for Nuldrums that completely works, and it self updates, and you can install software from it. We got all the e-commerce working. We got, I'm basically done. I'm done with every single small software project, so I really only need like one Claude to just keep chipping away at building the game engine and building the game. And one Claude for doing some work on like website stuff here and there. But we're kind of done, and we're reaching the point where I have to just do a lot of marketing. I have to post on like 7 different social media platforms multiple times a week. I have to do some artistic stuff, right? Like designing these t-shirts, and I got to burn through a bunch of video credits for the YouTube series for Nuldrums. So we're going to do that today. I've got 6,000 credits to burn through here on Kling. So we're going to try to burn through all those. I've just got like artsy stuff left. We've actually done all the difficult programming other than the game engine, and the game engine can only slowly be worked on one little piece at a time. There's not a lot of room for multiple Claudes to work on it yet. Maybe one day if it grows in size. Right now the game engine's averaging almost 600 frames per second. It's pretty insane. Oh, right. I'm not checking the right chat channel. There we go. Multi-stream chat. Okay. Whoops. Still trying to get used to the multi-streaming thing. All right. When this thing is done, I am hoping we can hit 700 frames per second on the engine. However, I am streaming and I'm running a VTuber. And the game engine is going to lag the stream severely anytime you guys see it open. So don't be surprised if I get really choppy. But we're almost done with getting the frame rate to a ridiculous level in the engine. Once that's done, then I can set it to be capped at like 120 or something as we add gameplay features and editor features. There's no reason for it to be running at 700 frames a second. Okay. Yeah, every time the editor pops up, my whole stream's gonna lag. I apologize. But it's because we're trying to test the absolute upper end of the performance. It's part of why I haven't been streaming, because it's a... Let's ask Opus. Can you give me a list of some creative Suno AI prompts for making electronic music of different Suno tends to give me All right, let's see what it fixes. Right now, the game engine Claude is adding All right, looks like we went from 600 frames per second down to 170. Whew, okay. We've got a lot of actually fun stuff to do today now. Yo, Featherstore, what's up? Ice Cream, what's up? Boom, what's up? You guys all just all at once. We went from nobody here to everybody. Now it's a party. The fun? Boom. And colorful command prompts. Oh yeah. Yeah, my homie, my friend Nuclear helped me set up this color scheme in PowerShell. This coloring thing, it's called Starship RS. It lets you do these cool color schemes. Guys, we've got I got to burn through 6,000 video credits in 5 days. Yeah, in 5 days before my subscription renews on Kling. So I'll be doing a lot of the video generation for the lore series, which will be fun because it's $80 a month and I don't want to pay for another $80 a month from Kling. I'll pay like 20 or whatever. I think it's like 10 or something. But so we got to burn through a ton of video credits. And then we've got 2 t-shirts that are like stuck in this publishing state on Printify. So I got to work with Claude to debug Printify's website and figure out how we can get these out of this limbo state. But these are the first 2 Nuldrum shirts. So for all the people that don't like big in your face graphic tees, we're doing a basic, I call it the badge shirt. So we're gonna get this set up on the website, and then this is the big graphic tee one, big noli on the front. Nuldrums Classic 1 and 2 is what I'm calling them, but their website's like stuck, so we're gonna figure that out today. We're gonna get that hooked up and post it on the website under shop. As a test, I'm gonna order like test shirts as well. So we're doing that. We're burning through video credits, and then while that's going on, the only Claude I have that's working is the one on the game engine because I finished everything else. So the launcher is 100% working. We have a fully functioning game launcher now. You can sign in and Nuldrums. Sign in the game launcher and then whoa. Sorry, whenever the game engine opens, the whole stream is gonna die. Just FYI. We won't be dealing with that soon, but it's because we're trying to finish the last bits of performance increases on the engine, and that's what this guy's slowly doing. Is he's doing the last like super hard performance pieces. So I have the frame rate uncapped on the engine right now, and it just eats up as much of the GPU as it possibly can. And so just FYI, you guys, like the stream's gonna just die each time I open the engine, but hopefully we only have a couple more Claude passes at the performance stuff. We converted the whole engine from OpenGL to Vulkan for rendering. It's taken me the last 3 days like straight. It actually was really difficult. It got super stuck for like a whole day on some stuff, like casting shadows from meshes. But the result was insane. So before, the game engine was running at 400 frames per second. At most, it was averaging like 350 frames per second while we're just like chilling in the editor with a bunch of grass and stuff in the scene. And now it's going as high as like 800 or 1,000 frames a second in the editor. Well, not anymore. It just went backwards just now because it's doing something insane that's going to make it even better. Yeah, like I went and compared. I made a Twitter thread the other day. So I compared the frame rate in Nuldrums engine, Null engine, versus Unreal in an empty blank. Yeah, I posted fuck Steam. I built my own launcher yesterday. No, wait, where is it? All right, check this out. So this is Unreal Engine compared to the custom engine that we've fully vibe coded with Claude. This was OpenGL. This is before I switched to Vulkan. And we switched to Vulkan because Vulkan, as I was trying to make the performance better and better and better, I started to learn, like, oh, Vulkan exists for a reason. It's like 5 times as much code as OpenGL, and OpenGL isn't even, like, supported anymore on a bunch of platforms. So you have to go to Vulkan if you want to release on VR or mobile or console or Mac or, like, anything that isn't Windows desktop. So anyways, we had to go to Vulkan anyways for that reason. But also, as I was drilling into the performance with Claude, I was like, how can we make this better? How can we make this better? How do we... It's like, oh, all the grass is being drawn by the CPU in one batched call, and if you went to Vulkan, it could be paralyzed. And I'm like, okay, let's do that. And that's why we started with the Vulkan. So anyways, this was... it was averaging, like... Oh, weird. The music sounded doubled up. So is that like 400 frames, 350 to 400 frames a second in OpenGL on Tuesday before the conversion? And then, you know, this is looking at a scene with like a shitload of grass on the screen and stuff. Then out of curiosity, I was like, dude, what does Unreal do? Then I go to Unreal, make a brand new map in Unreal 5, world partition map, you know, open world map, because that's the fairest comparison. Even though this default map in Unreal is like what, like half a kilometer wide. My engine, my continent is 15 kilometers running from end to end with an ocean and stuff. And by default, when you open the engine right now, you know, it has grass. This is the blank Unreal open world map, and it's at 110 FPS on my 4090 compared to Null Engine being at 400. And then here's the other insane thing. Look at this. I looked at the CPU and the memory usage of Unreal versus Null Engine. Look at this shit. CPU usage on my engine, 3.7%. Memory usage, 135 megabytes. Unreal CPU usage, 12.2%. Memory usage, 4.3 gigabytes. Like, the memory difference is astronomical. That's insane. Unreal's looks better? Yeah, it does, for sure. Because that default map is running on Lumen. So this is the Lumen lighting, you know? Like PBR, physically based rendering. It's actually simulating real light bouncing around. And the skybox is far better, right? The skybox is way better. But I'm purposefully capping my graphics out at PlayStation 2 aesthetics, you know? So I don't want the Unreal hyper photorealistic look, like on purpose. The directional light in the atmosphere and the light in the fog, yeah. So Unreal's looks better, but the point is like, if you know that you don't need the photoreal graphics of Unreal 5, and you don't want that level of graphical fidelity, and you're trying to make like a low poly game, you're trying to make some little, you know, stylized like cozy game or something like that, right? Or you're making one of those like dark fantasy, you know, low res texture PS1 looking games that's super trendy right now, then like vibe coding your own engine gets like, just seems like the same amount of work now as trying to hack away at Unreal and get it down to having the same level of CPU usage and memory footprint and frame rate, you know, as a vibe coded engine. Like, there's a version of Unreal I stripped all the features out and it tripled the FPS. Oh, okay. That's cool. I didn't know that there's a version out there where people already did that work for you, or for people that want to do that. Because what I witnessed is that like every company right now that's using Unreal but trying to make a low poly version, they have some guy on the team that's like a god tier, like wizard technical artist and rendering engineer that has to go in and know how to surgically remove and rewrite and reduce parts of Unreal's rendering engine and just delete whole parts and bypass whole parts. You know what I mean? And like, that's cool that there's a version out there that somebody already made that you can just pick up and use. Because what I saw is like, your average pleb is not capable of taking base Unreal and getting it to that level you're describing of tripling the FPS to 300. Even if they triple the FPS though here, like what I'm going to end up with, like I was at 580 averaging earlier before we did the GPU Frustrum culling. We'll see if it gets better. I'm hoping I can hit 700. And that's with all the grass. So, but yeah, I'm not trying to go for Unreal's level of fidelity. I mean, we're trying to go for like Kingdom Hearts 2, but with some modern advances like the open world streaming and the foliage. Like this foliage density is far beyond any PlayStation 2 game. Like if you've looked at screenshots of Shadow of the Colossus, OG Shadow of the Colossus on PlayStation, it's like they did the open world streaming, but there's like zero foliage on the ground. Yeah, look, there's no foliage. It's like they had to put all their power and memory usage into the streaming aspect, most likely. There's like 4 quads here total for grass, and then the rest of it is just like textured landscape. So I'm going for PS2 graphics, but you know, we're gonna crank up the foliage density to look more modern at least. Anyway, so that's what's been going on, and also part of why I haven't been streaming, because it tanks the stream when I'm trying to check FPS or something. But we're almost there. This thing's gonna run on a toaster. All right, stream's about to die for a second here. I need to grab a screenshot of the frame rate and the profiling for this guy so that he can figure out how to fix some stuff. All right, we're back. Well, it's only running at 130 FPS now after it tried to do something. Let's see. Yeah. So, what else happened? Yeah, the launcher. I can turn the music back up a little bit. The launcher, here's the store. I've got discount codes working. So on the Nuldrums admin panel on the website, I can create discount codes and I can create like promotions that run like how Steam does. I got everything working with like right now the stream clipper is for sale on it. But I got things working where if I push like a new version of the stream clipper, it automatically updates in here and I can launch it from here. It says running like Steam. Goes back out. So this project's pretty much done now. I don't know what else to add. I mean, I'll make it look better at some point. We need to re-export Nully since you gave me the model file, Boom. Yeah, I basically like was just kind of chipping away at. I'm trying to finish up a bunch of website stuff. We added these like custom shapes for clicking on the regions on the website yesterday, and this was crazy. I've been screen recording like everything, even when I'm not streaming, that we come up with Claude. So just for the dev side on the website, I added this grid or this measurement like rulers, right? So when I'm positioning stuff, I can tell it like, hey, put this thing 30% over or 30% down. And then we took it a step further and I was like, wait, I want these custom shapes, you know, that outlines the city or outlines the mountains or whatever. And I was like, instead of me doing that in Photoshop, I asked Claude to give me a custom tool that only works on the dev side for drawing custom like button shapes. Check it out. And it made it. I hit control P while I'm here. And I can just draw button shapes for the website. And then I right click and it closes the polygon, and then I just click copy and I would just dump it into the Claude that's programming on the website, and I'm like, make a button out of this, and it's like okay, and then it just turned it into a button with any shape that I want. I don't know where else I would use this on the website yet, other than this initial homepage, but it's pretty cool. So that's button drawing paint mode. We need to come up with some new areas and zones in the Magic Mountains today or tomorrow. There's nothing there yet. I think I want to make like a web-based like mini game for like a wizard pipe smoking game or something, where it's like QWOP, but you're like Gandalf trying to like blow different pipe smoke like shapes or something. It'd be a cool like embedded browser game on the Magic side. And then on the technology side, I added a tech company here, SciTech. This is SciTech. We got some new tools here. This one is for learning how Vulkan works. The rendering. This one shows you the life cycle a triangle goes through before it turns into a pixel on your screen. Because I was having trouble like picturing it. So these are all the like filtering and transformation steps that happen before a triangle turns into a pixel. So we added the clubhouse. It's up here, the top of the tower. This is where like Nuldrums subscribers get to hang out or something. I don't know what's gonna happen here yet. We're gonna have like a group chat or something in here. Like oh man, there was this crazy game. What was that game me and my friends played? Boom Bap? I don't know, it had like little cartoon avatars. That's cool. Yeah. The Nuldrums is gonna have like the website. I gotta figure out stuff for like people with a $10 a month or like $8 a month subscription. There'd be like parts of the site and Easter eggs and downloads and stuff that they get access to exclusively. And then right now I've also got VIP, and VIP gets access to the trading bot data. Only some of my friends have access to the trading bot at the moment. Oh wow, it's totally hosed. That sucks. Oh, I'm on localhost, that's why. I'm on dev. Yeah, let's go to live. This is the trading bot dashboard right now. It's making money. It made more money than my Robinhood portfolio in the last 2 weeks that it's been running. Yeah, right now VIPs get access to the trading bot and the strategies. Boom, how's your you been making any YouTube videos in your off stream days? That's what I was doing 2 days ago. I was making YouTube stuff while I was watching your stream on my other monitor above. Nope. Oh. You got a pretty decent number of subs on your YouTube, don't you? I still like... I'm like at the screaming into the void phase. You know what I mean? It really sucks. It's like clawing and begging and crying and screaming just to get the first like 100 subs on YouTube, let alone 1,000. You don't post on YouTube? Oh, I thought you were going to start doing more of it or something. Not yet? Word. Rearranging your bedroom and working on the most advanced VTuber in the world. How many, Dude, your animation timeline looks like the ultimate spaghetti. How many of those do you have left? I love this guy. This is the best video I've ever gotten from AI. Just need to bake them out. Wow. Nice. Well, looks like a lot of work. Insane amount of work. Make a fast flying wing pose and then bake it to the flying fast forward, backward, left, and right. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you've got like different directions and leans and stuff for it to blend smoothly. Wing animations to the body animations. Oh, is the wing a separate rig? No, I haven't seen your state tree for flying animations. Wait, you can use state tree for animations now? I thought state tree was only for AI decision making. Oh, state machine. Okay. No, I haven't seen it. Is it also spaghetti? Gosh. That's not bad. It looks like a lot, but you've organized this very well. The most complicated animation state machine I had to make was for my 2D side scroller. I would say it was about like this subsection here. It was like 2/3 as many nodes. And I remember agonizing over trying to make it readable, and like this is actually pretty readable. This is very readable. But it is a lot for sure. Cool. Yeah, you've got pivots and stuff, so that's why it looks so profesh. I'm streaming on YouTube also today. We're playing with fire, listening to Spotify right now. In terms of copyright. I think the next, like, 12 songs are probably good. Big shout out to Paragon Animations. I use them as a base. Oh, nice. Interesting. That's resourceful. Yeah, those are all really, obviously, professional. And, like, really well done. That's sick. All right, let's... I gotta read this report real quick from my employee. Back to CPU indirect draw, which should give us the 500 FPS. The GPU code is fully built and ready. Just uncomment the init GPU when you have force of 500K plus instances. At that scale, the compute overhead amortizes, and GPU cooling dominates CPU cooling. Session summary: 60 FPS to 500 plus FPS, 8x improvement. Shadow's working on all entity types. Okay. That's VK wait for fences blocking because GPU compute dispatch takes 2 milliseconds plus. The GPU is now the bottleneck, not the CPU. The truth is GPU frustum calling is slower for 81 chunks with 50K total instances. The CPU path did 81 AABB tests in microseconds. The computer shader reads a sparse 27 megabyte buffer, cache unfriendly, and overkill for this density. GPU cooling shines with millions of instances, forests with 100,000 trees. For current grass density, CPU indirect draw is faster. Let me disable GPU call, but keep the infrastructure ready. Okay, hang on. I gotta open the engine again with the uncapped FPS. So the stream's gonna die for just a second. I'm gonna screenshot the average frame rate. All right, back. We went from a broken Vulkan port to a production quality render that's faster than the OpenGL build. I don't know if you want to continue with the additional foliage layers, the Linux port, or anything else. All right. We did it. We're averaging 450 to 500 FPS in the editor now. And we fully converted to Vulkan, which means we can release stuff cross-platform and not just on Windows desktop. All right, I'm gonna open the editor. I'm gonna turn on the FPS cap. I'm gonna turn on VSync. I'm gonna turn on the FPS cap to like 120. We'll see if 120. My monitor can do 240 if I just flip on VSync. But I saw that even when it's running at 240, the stream gets laggy. So, so let's see if we can cap it at 120 and then actually start on the fun stuff, which is building all the tools we need for, where is it? Dang nabbit. Am I web deving? Yeah, I'm kind of just doing web dev, dude. I finished the launcher. The launcher fucking works. It's done. And we completely we're doing game engine stuff and making the Puppet Masters sequel. Like, but that's really slow. So this guy's always chipping away at improving the game engine. Like, he converted the whole rendering pipeline from OpenGL to Vulkan, and it took 3 days. It was actually pretty hard. There was a lot of things that got super stuck on, and like I spent a whole day trying to fix the shadows yesterday. But we're averaging 450 to 500 FPS in the Null engine, which is way beyond Unreal. And it only uses like 130 megabytes of memory, and Unreal uses like 4 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I just have the 200 plan. Dude, I can't even max it out. I'm making a whole fucking game engine, and I can't max it out, man. Look, tomorrow is Saturday. This is what I did last week. It was about 75 to 80% is what I did last week for the weekly usage. This week's going to be probably like 70% by 10 p.m. tomorrow. So I don't know what's going on, man. No way. There's only 24 hours left. It resets tomorrow night at 10 p.m. And I'm only using like 10% a day or something. On weekends, it'll use like 15% a day because they have their increased token usage during busy times. But then on weekdays, it's super low. It'll like I'll be using it grinding the whole day on a weekday, and it'll only use like 8 to 12% of the weekly cap. Yeah, like I'll only be at 70% weekly usage when it resets tomorrow. So I'm not using the full 200 plan, but I am using way more than the $100 plan would let you use. You know what I mean? But like, the launcher's working, bro. It's crazy. Like, you can download it from the website. It updates itself. If I just do, and I set up a whole CI/CD pipeline. So if I just like do deploy, then it does everything with GitHub Actions. It builds the new version of the launcher on GitHub servers with like a YAML file where it pulls all the dependencies together. I gave it API keys and stuff, so it auto pushes the new version of the executable to my Cloudflare bucket. And then it also automatically calls an API call on the Nuldrums website to do the versioning updates. So like, is this live? Yeah, this is live. So like before I set up that whole CI/CD pipeline for the launcher, it's like I had to go in here and be like, okay, there's a new version. This is the URL. This is what platform it's on. This is the signature file. These are the release notes. Publish. Like, you know what I mean? I had to do all this stuff myself, and I had to drag files into Cloudflare. But now I literally like condense the whole thing down to just /deploy, done. So I just sit here and make fixes to the launcher. And I go /deploy, and then it takes 20 minutes to build and deploy. And then when it's done, it'll just pop up here like a real launcher and just say, hey, a new update's pending, install and restart. Just like BattleNet, dude. So how it works for me at a smaller scale. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I wanted it to be, you know, as hands-off as possible. So here we logged in. And I need to re-export Nully. Actually, I might do that right now. He's got all the crazy colors. CI stuff is great. Yeah, dude, it's insane. It's such a game changer. Both this and the Stream Clipper software, and then eventually the game, the Puppet Master sequel game here. They're all gonna be baked down to that. This one's already working like that, the Stream Clipper. So here's the store. You go to the store. You can buy stuff. You can enter a discount code. And then once you have it, it shows up in your library. And then it has a download button. It'll automatically download after you buy it from the store, just like Steam. Once you have it installed, you hit the play button, it launches it, and then it has the running thing, just like Steam, so you can see it's like running and playing. So here's the Stream Clipper. I have it installed through my launcher now. And then, and it auto updates too. So I got the Stream Clipper down with all the CI stuff. Or also on the Stream Clipper, I can jam on changes with Claude, then do /deploy. And then it'll just pop up in here. It'll say update, just like Steam. And it'll just update in place. So it's pretty crazy, but yeah. So that was a big project. This took like 9 days, like 8 or 9 days to get the launcher working, and being on the phone with the IRS for 2 hours, sending faxes back and forth to to get a tax document I needed to be able to accept Stripe payments, and then I'd spend a whole day in Microsoft Azure portal interface adding like 5 different certificates and API keys and shit for Microsoft Azure to do certificate signing so that the virus warning pop-up doesn't show up when people install the launcher. Like, this was insane. But it's done. It's done now, man. So we're done. And then, so literally we're just going to make the website look sick. I got to burn through 6,000 video credits in 5 days. You hate search shit, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's crazy. Microsoft puts that barrier up And then they charge you fucking $10 a month to go through their Azure services to get rid of that barrier for any piece of software that you're making and trying to distribute. So it's going to cost me $120 a year for the Nuldrums launcher just to like not have that virus warning pop up when people install it. It's annoying. But so dude, so now that that's done, we're just slowly getting the engine. The engine is super performant now. It runs at 450 to 500 frames a second. It's like way faster than Unreal, especially for the art style that we're going for. And the other thing too is, dude, the memory footprint and the CPU footprint of the custom engine versus Unreal is like insane, dude. It's insane. It's so crazy. You know, Null Engine isn't going to look as good as Unreal, but we're not aiming for the cutting, bleeding edge of photoreal graphics that Unreal offers you. So we don't need it. How long the engine? It'll be a few more weeks. Well, the engine's always... I think the bulk of it's pretty much done. The bulk of it's done. A lot of the bulk of it's done as far as the core engine. I'm at a point now where it's more about now we got to start actually trying to build the game, build the Puppet Masters 2 in the engine. And I'm going to start hitting, like, it's going to be a never-ending process. The engine's always going to be slowly like, oh, I need this feature, you know, or oh, that option's annoying, like, and it's pointless, like, let's get rid of it, or like, you know what I mean, or like, so the engine's always going to keep. Yeah, I'm at the point where I got to start using the engine to like make a game, and it's going to be a back and forth of like, okay, we need this feature in Puppet Masters with, you know, moving platforms or whatever, and it's like, oh shit, okay, I need another piece of the engine to handle that case or something. So the rendering's done in the engine is the important part. The foliage is done, which is a pretty big piece. It can handle skeletal meshes, like animated meshes, and it has a day-night cycle. It has oh, we need to add weather. Maybe we should do that today. Maybe that would be a fun thing that doesn't require me to like do a bunch of hands-on art stuff yet. Yeah, so the bulk of the engine's there, but the tooling probably needs a lot of improvement for me to actually use it like as a designer, you know what I mean? Yeah, here's Unreal. So I have like 450 to 500 FPS in my engine now. Unreal with the open world template, 110 FPS. And then, dude, this is the most insane thing. You'd like this, Max, since you like Linux and things being minimalist and slim and trim and whatever, right? Look at this CPU and the memory difference between Null Engine and Unreal. 3.7% CPU, 135 megabytes of RAM. Unreal, 12.2% CPU, 4.3 gigabytes of RAM. Just sitting there idly. Like, this is just sitting idle in the editor. Like, how crazy is that? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Unreal is just super bloated for a bunch of applications, I think, now, because they've, you know, I think if you want really cutting edge, high fidelity graphics, it's amazing. But like, you know, I wonder how much stuff that's loaded into memory is relevant to like the features they've had to add for making films with it, the features they've had to add for, you know, for it to run on your dashboard in a Tesla or a Rivian, the features they've had to add for it to be an architectural visualization tool. like, you know, it's not like, so I don't know. I think if you're trying to do something low poly or some shit, like vibe coding your own engine in like 2 weeks now, is going to give you something leaner. Like, I can't ask AI to hack away at Unreal and minimize Unreal for me. It's just gonna die. But you can ask it to like build something up from scratch that it itself made and understands, I think. But are you gonna implement a blueprint? No. We're not doing blueprints because the idea is like I don't want to do any of the programming. So I built this engine where the AI also has all these CLI commands for the engine, so it can manipulate anything in the engine through prompting. But I asked it about a scripting language like Lua or C# or something for the engine, and it actually told me that what's kind of cool is if I do some of the gameplay programming myself, Claude told me that Zig, so the game engine's written in Zig. Zig's got this cool little... I've looked at a little bit of the engine code. Zig gives you this cool little orange icon with a Z in Visual Studio. Zig, I like the way it looks. It's pretty sweet. And their syntax looks pretty cool, too. It's got a lot of interesting shorthand, like for populating arrays and stuff that I was asking Claude about. But, so apparently Zig... One of the really sick things about Zig is we don't need a scripting language. I can write all of the gameplay code and scripts directly in Zig, and the way that their compiler works, I guess this is why it's like some new hype language, you know, that just started getting built in like 2018 or 2020, is they built it around the compiler being very good at only taking changes. You know, C++, like Unreal has had to construct a bunch of super complicated, difficult to implement shit around C++ to make it where you even have that, like, that button in Unreal for live compile or hot compile or hot reload or whatever, where it basically lets you just be like, okay, I made a couple little changes, but I don't want to recompile the entire freaking game that I'm making in Unreal, like, from scratch. I just want to compile the changes. Like, that doesn't exist as a feature in C++. There's apparently a massive engineering feat, very complicated thing, to make C++ only take, like, incremental changes in a big program and recompile just the incremental differences. You know what I mean? But I guess, from what Claude tells me, is that Zig's compiler was built for that on purpose because that's such a huge bottleneck for making C++ software. So I guess if I just write like little gameplay scripts in Zig and I just run the editor, it'll just take those changes and I don't even have to do a full rebuild or recompile of the game at all to see my gameplay changes immediately take effect when I hit play. So anyways, that's some cool thing I learned is I don't want to do blueprints for sure, because the AI won't be able to like understand it or look at it. I'm also just tired of blueprints after that being, you know, my job for years. Like, I miss scripting in Lua. I miss scripting in C#. So I think it's even fucking cooler that it's like this time I get to script Puppet Masters in straight up in Zig. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool as shit. Curious, you start working on it's gonna be tough, dude. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Anyways, that's that stuff. Other things that are happening, Max, I got the 2 shirts done, but there's like a fucking bug on Printify's website that Claude was helping me figure out. They're like stuck in publishing limbo. So we got the big shirt. I did change the darkness on drums and Nuldrums to actually be the same color as the dark spot on Nully, which is brighter than what you originally had. So this is the big graphic tee, and then I know you were right, like a lot of people don't like a big graphic tee like that are adults. So this is what I had in mind for like what you were saying, like a small, like I call this like the badge design. You know what I mean? Like it's like the whole thing's like a little badge on your over like your heart. So This is going to be Nuldrums Classic 1, and this has nothing on the back. It's just a little badge. So this is going to be shirts 1 and 2. We're going to set those up today. And then the only other interesting thing to tell you about is on the website, I built dev tools that only work on dev and they don't work on prod. Oh, whoops. Go back to I built dev tools for designing the website. Why is it starting up Anaconda? One of them is a I don't know what I pressed that caused Anaconda to start up. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, on the website, this is the last cool thing to tell you about that happened this week. Check out these like custom zones for clicking on these areas on the website instead of just the labels now. I talked to Claude, like trying to hash out like how to do this. And I was like, well, if I do something in Photoshop, it's going to be super rigid. And it's like, oh, it can be an SVG shape, which is, SVG is, it's vector. It's just math based. So it'll always scale with every resolution. I'm like, that's way better than me putting an overlay together in Photoshop. So Claude made a dev tool for me for a grid, for aligning things. So I hit Control G. I have hotkeys on the website, only on the dev side. So I hit Control G and I can see percentage ruler lines, right? Like Photoshop or something, when I'm trying to line up buttons or something. So I can toggle that. So then I asked Claude, when I was trying to figure out these custom button shapes, I was like, yo, wait a minute, can you give me a dev tool that lets me just like draw a button shape directly on the web page? And it was like, yeah, let me make that for you. And X-Ray for Rails. Yeah, is this a tool that already exists? I was wondering, I was like, dude, this is nuts. Like, I feel like this has to exist because it's so useful. Yeah, look at this. I hit Control P and I get paint mode. And I want this like mountain to be highlighted or selectable. I just click and make vertices. And then when I'm done, I right click and it closes the polygon. Then I just name the region or whatever. And I click copy. And then when I click copy, it's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's like a bunch of vertice positions in this huge wall of numbers, you know what I mean? In an array. But the Claude that was working on the website, I just like copy pasted it. I did copy all and dumped it. I'm like, hey, now make a button out of this. And it's like, all right, boom. So that's paint mode. And again, this only works on dev. It doesn't work on prod. Like, no one on prod can do this. So I've got a custom button paint mode. I don't know what I'll use it for other than these regions on the map. But yeah, it turned out really sick, dude. Also, we added in the SciTech, we added a new company here in Tech Towers. There's this tool for seeing. I think I'll link this in the group chat. I didn't see what you guys posted in the chat yet. That's crazy that John wants to make a game all of a sudden. He went from literally like he didn't even know what I was doing or what Claude Code is when we were in chat like 3 nights ago. And I showed it to him after he went to sleep, and he went from like not knowing what it is at all to being like, I'm gonna make a video game. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, we added this thing, and then here's a Vulkan Explorer. It explains. This one's really techy and shitty. Well, it's cool to me, but your average person's gonna be like, what the hell am I looking at? And then, dude, this is the clubhouse. So I added the first clubhouse to Nuldrums. So only people that are subscribers are gonna get in, or be able to get in here. And I don't know what we're gonna do in here yet. Don't know. Like we need something like Club Penguin, basically. You know what I mean? like we need little like cartoon avatars walking around in here for people that are hanging out in the clubhouse, and like a group chat room or something, right? So yeah, we gotta add some functionality to the clubhouse. And then we need in the mountains we need something. I have nothing. I have no POIs in the mountains. We have nothing here. So we gotta cook up some cool shit for people to do in the Magic Mountains. All right. Whoa. All right, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, my stream chat messages aren't working. I've got a Python environment issue we got to fix. Okay, we got to fix the Python environment issue. We got to figure out what the fuck's going on with these t-shirts that are stuck in publishing limbo. We got to add them to the website. Let's do it. Let's see if we can send Game Engine Claude off on some glorious, massive, difficult mission to keep him occupied while I sort the other shit out. This Claude sounds tired, dude. He keeps telling me, like, this is a good session. You did a lot this session. I've done a lot. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to stop. You're going to keep working for eternity. I'm going to ask him, are you tired? Are you tired yet, Claude? Yes, Claude gets it. Claude's ready to go. Whoa, the stream isn't lagging, but the engine's running at 500 FPS. How is that possible? What the heck? Oh, is it just the profiler? 520 FPS, baby. Look at that. Woo! Okay. Let me cap it so that the stream doesn't lag. All right, it looks like the stream's all good. Stream's all good. Yep. All right, I capped it at 160 FPS on the engine. It seems like we can keep grinding at that FPS. Let me make sure it's saved the settings. Dude, I have to make some long form YouTube video this weekend. Running into the problem again of like we built everything so fast that I don't even have like a good video documentation trail of things happening. I've got all the raw footage, I just need to make a video. All right. Okay, you guys. So the engine has been fully converted to Vulkan, and it's looking great. It looks better than the OpenGL version. This shadow's a little bit not distributed well on the chunk seams, but it's not terrible. Let's hit play. Here's our little guy. He is a skeletal mesh. He has bones. Claude made this whole stickman. Interesting blend here. You can see the chunk seam. It's not great. I'll have to fix that. A little bit of terrain flickering the distance. Oh, shit. Okay, well, this is something to fix. The camera goes through the terrain again. It wasn't doing this in the GL version. So that needs to be fixed. What up, Game Engine? What's up, Mystical Cell? Oh, interesting. The emojis don't show in the multi-stream chat. Oh, no, it did show. It's just on New Line. Yeah, dude, this shit's crazy. It looks way better in Vulkan than OpenGL. Like, the shadows on the terrain weren't working correctly. I don't like the skirting, personally, on the terrain. We might have to do stitching like Unreal does. This part looks pretty good here. That's a cool little blend. There's some obvious seams on the terrain here with the texture. It looks way better, though, on Vulkan, like, overall. Let's go to full screen play mode. Compared to OpenGL. Here's our enemy. I feel like my engine's gonna have like less pop-in than Black Desert does when we're done. The pop-in on their engine is insane. Yeah, it was insane how much stuff had to be fixed, actually. Like, it went to Vulkan and then oh wait, we're off the cool music now. Are we still live on YouTube, not copyright struck? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna keep listening to this cool new breakcore music stuff. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, there is a bunch of things I didn't even think about. Like, it made all the grass, like when we went to Vulcan, like all the wind effects on the grass was moving with the same velocity at like a far distance as it was in front of my face. And so what that actually creates is very interesting. It creates a it looks like super grainy, like pixels basically off in the distance. I actually wonder, should the grass look that spotty in the distance, or should it just be like a carpet, or like the color of the grass affects the terrain color? Like somehow we collapse it where we're not actually drawing grass instances that far away. We're just drawing the terrain, but then the terrain is just tinted based on the foliage colors. I don't know. Like, there's still a lot of strategy, right, in thinking about, like, oh, you need to make a super low poly version of the terrain and bake that out. So that when I look far away, like over there, like we can still see the outlines of a mountain or something. That was weird. My jump key didn't work for a moment. Here's the world map. You guys want to see if we can get to the ocean? I think this is like a bay in the middle there. Oh, control works. Yes. Whoops. I put the hotkey in, just like Puppet Masters, for control to toggle. Oh, the UI is all missing. Let's see if we can sort that out. We got to go find some CC. These are all, whoa. Okay, something weird's going on with the wind sometimes. Oh, it was just hitting like a moment where the wind was really intense. So we need to do some tuning on that. Every texture here and the grass cards, it's all CC0. It's like Total Creative Commons from this website, opengameassets.org or something. We're gonna keep scrubbing through there to find trees and stuff. It's all just useful starter assets to flesh out the features of the engine, like foliage. This is cool. This is my first time just trying to walk across the continent since we've added grass and stuff. Before, when I walked across, it was super boring. It was all mono, like, colored. There wasn't textures. Yo, it's good, Ocean Wave. Yeah, the wind gets a little crazy sometimes. I'm probably going to ask it to, like, expose some kind of parameters for me to tune it by hand. Yeah. I don't know, it looks like maybe it's compounding some kind of thing. Like, the longer I stay in here, the crazier the grass gets from the wind. What's up, dude? This is fire, bro. Like, real talk. Thanks, dude. I mean, I vibe coded the whole game engine. I haven't written a single line of code in it. But there is, like, dude, there's a lot of strategy still. It's very interesting. Like, I still as it was going and doing some hard stuff, yeah, I think the wind's getting more intense the longer you're in the game. Like it's compounding some kind of variable, you know? Oh, okay. We got some jitter on the ocean here. No, so the terrain is it was procedural at first. It was infinite when I first built this. But I purposely told it, like, I fed it a screenshot of Elden Ring's continent. And I was like, hey, we want, like, a predefined I asked it, I was like, so, like, what are the kilometer boundaries of the map? And it said, there aren't any. It goes on for infinity. And I was like, I don't want that. I gave it a screenshot of Elden Ring's continent. I was like, I want a predefined continent like this that I'm going to hand place, you know, and hand populate like cool like POIs and castles and stuff and shape, you know, all the I'm going to place everything by hand in here eventually. Like this is the game that we're going to make with this is going to take like 2 years. Like it's crazy. Like the engine and the AI and the mechanics with the AI vibe coding, the mechanics in the engine are going to take like 2 months, but the game is going to take like 2 years. Yeah, I think the grass gets crazier and crazier the longer I'm in. Okay, we got some stuff to fix still, you guys. We're not there yet. The ocean shader has some kind of weird seam. It doesn't look right. The ocean shader looked way better in OpenGL. So something's going on with these like bands that are passing through it. This looks cool. This looks like a marsh. But anyway, so it was yeah, we gotta fix the wind. So it was infinite and procedural, and then I told it like, okay, I want like a defined continent. And I told it how big I wanted it to be. I Googled like how long is the Black Desert continent end to end, and in Elden Ring and stuff, and the number I landed on was 15 kilometers. So running from the longest point like across the continent is a 15-kilometer run. And yeah, and I said give it an ocean, you know, give it an ocean beyond the edge of the continent, and it was terrible. It was terrible at first. It took like a couple hours just to even see the ocean. I don't know what it was doing, but it was like really freaking out with just trying to show me the ocean. So we got a couple bugs here to fix. Let's go. Okay, so we're gonna tell it. Do you have your own? Yep, we got a fully working launcher, man. I'm gonna put this game. I'm gonna get this game installable on the launcher. You could buy it right now for $200. I'm gonna give out codes though for almost everyone that's here. Like everyone that's here early can get like free codes as alpha testers. As the game is built, I'm not going to launch it on Steam for like 2 years, but I want to do something where it's like people can play it early through the Nuldrums launcher for the next 2 years, you know? Exclusively. But yeah, launcher's 100% working. So we're like, I'm not even dealing with it today. Oh, well, no, we should export Nully. Especially because Boom's lurking in the chat, so if I get stuck on Nully, maybe I can beg for help. Why your favorite games work? They have their own launcher stuff. That's so impressive, for real. Thanks, dude. I mean, it's Claude. It's the power of Claude. Like, Claude is crushing the programming. But also, like, I did already do research and had a framework. I had like prototypes in place for the launcher and stuff. You know, like the plan's been there for the last like 6 years. But then AI just like made it possible. Yeah, dude, if you get the Claude subscription, you can make your own game engine, I bet. You just keep asking it questions. All right, we gotta tell it. The rate and frequency of the wind effect on the grass seems to compound the longer that I'm playing the game. Also, the ocean shader has these weird bands rolling through it. Oh my god, this is image number 70 in this chat with Claude. I've had this conversation with Claude open for 3 days now. All right, what was my Claude saying about... Oh, I gotta fix my Python install. Let's open a new PowerShell here. Oh, dude, this song is so good. It's been stuck in my head all day. You've had for the past month, I've only been making websites for your music brand. I didn't even think of a game engine. Oh, yeah. I just wanted to see what it could do. If it could push it. If it was. I just kept trying to push it. I just kept trying to push it to its limit. And then I realized literally anything is possible if you just approach it with the correct problem-solving mindset. That's not working today. Man, I don't even remember. I don't care anymore. Let me just open this up. This is not what I need to deal with today. Let's go to... Another fun computer science concept we learned today. Ring buffers. Find it. My Python environments are messed up, and there's a script that's supposed to be running for the stream right now that posts the Nuldrums and the YouTube link every hour. I don't want to fix that today.
Critical error detected.
All right, fix that. Okay, done with that. All right, game engine Claude's got to cook on trying to fix the water shader and the grass wind getting crazy. This is e-commerce Claude over here. Stuck on publishing is a known printify issue. Play for a few minutes, check if the grass wind stays consistent. Okay. Fly over here. Yikes. See if it fixed the ocean shader. All right. Stuck on publishing is a known printify issue because the store connection. Why it's stuck? Publishing means trying to push the product to a connected sales channel. Since you connected via API option for your custom Stripe spellers, check the three-dot menu of the right side of the product. Look for your option marked as published. Says published. Tells printify. Yes, Mike's. Yes, it's live on my external store. Stop trying to sync it. Once you do that, go into store settings, find your API store connection. There should be a toggle to automatically publish new products. Oh, let's see. I don't have Blender 5. You download the... Let me get Blender 5. Wait. Need 5.5.0, right? 5.0. Click the publishing preference tab at the top. It has a new badge next to it. That's where the auto publish lives. This is all I see. You're lying to me, Claude. You're lying. Womp. Claude just told me womp. Womp womp. All right, Claude. Got some Z fighting. Tell Claude. Oh, the website? Thanks, dude. Yeah, all the background art is all AI generated for the moment. The 20-year plan, the 15-year plan, I should say, is to pay some Blizzard and Riot level artist that I'm friends with now to replace it one day. I think it would cost me like 20 or 30K for all the art on the site. Can't do that right now. I'm way too broke. So one day I'm going to replace the AI art with human art. Then I want to replace it with art that I make myself with my tablet over here and stuff. But I don't think I'm going to have the time to get good enough at concept art until I'm like 50. So that's the plan. But yeah, for now it's all a bunch of AI stuff that I still put a lot of time into the AI stuff. You know, the art that you see on the website is like the best thing I could make out of like, you know, 20 or 30 generations. And then a bunch of it I had to do some shit in Photoshop. Then I had to in-paint stuff and out-paint stuff and different tools. Okay, the ocean shader's fixed, you guys. Like, look, there's no banding anymore. Ocean shader is fixed. There's no bands. There's no seams. Just nice deep blue ocean. I kind of want the ocean to be a little more cyan, just because I like cyan. You know, like Wind Waker's ocean. But I think it'll clash right now with these assets we have from the open game textures thing. So they fixed the ocean. It did not fix the grass wind. The grass wind is still ridiculous. It gets like way out of control. The day that we can record little video clips and feed it to Claude, it's going to be another massive increase in what everybody's capable of with it. Yeah. Oh yeah, all the sound design on the website is from scratch, though. The AI sound design doesn't have a very good tone to it. That's something that's going to take a huge amount of time. Next month is every single different POI and like subzone on the website. Like this one and the clubhouse. I'm going to make a different ambient track, different looping room tone like ambience myself in Ableton for every single place, which is a massive undertaking, but it needs to happen because right now I think you don't get transported. You don't really get transported to these zones yet, and the sound will do it, and the video loop is going to do it when we can get these into a good-looking video loop. I think I need to spend like a really long time on another profile in Midjourney, because I've seen some people with some crazy art styles that they do with Midjourney that are just like way cleaner than my default. But my default Midjourney profile is super messy looking.
Please leave your message.
No, my arm's broken. Alright, my arms are working again. Pretty good. Okay, we're doing like 7 things at once right now. I was finished directing Claude here. This is why I need Game Engine Claude to just do something huge tonight. Like, add a whole fucking weather system or something so that I don't have to keep babysitting it, you know? All right, you guys, we got Blender 5.0, so we can update the Noli that you see in the launcher on the landing page. Come on, Blender. Oh my god, what am I looking at? What is all this? It's different and I'm not familiar with it and I hate it. Bah humbug, they changed my layout. Dude. All right, let's just see if this works, okay? So we're going to go to export, and the launcher needs GLTF 2.0. Let's keep boom, let's just do this. Let's just do that. Okay. All right. So now that we've got the new Nully, let's turn this guy into our where's web dev? Quad. All right, let's try the new Nully model. It's got the more detail on his face. I think we are going to run into a problem though. It's a GLB file type. Let's go into programming here, and let's go to launcher. This guy, we're going to do a new window here because we need to test the launcher locally. So we're going to have to do npm run Tori dev once he's finished with that. This guy over here is going to try to fix our fucked up t-shirts that are stuck in the publishing state on Printify. This Claude gave us the information about what he needs to do to fix it. Half the size too, which seems suspicious. Okay, let's launch the launcher. Go over here. Frame rate at 400 FPS, delta time is very small. The drift time plus equals delta time, and WinZig accumulates many of the issues that Win system param speed is being modified by the editor settings panel to a high value. I capped FPS to 160 for now. I capped FPS to 160 for now because I'm streaming, but it definitely could be because the grass is using delta time. So let's check the log and something's. So it's telling me that the grass wind speed is using delta time. So that could be why it's like jittery at a higher frame rate. And we're at 160 FPS. Okay, so I can click skip. Oh no, his eyes are shut. Fuck. All of his animations should be baked in. I like how much brighter he is. And he actually has the right colors, which is sweet. Good job, Boom. I was worried that he was still going to have all kinds of random colors and all the materials were actually set on the Unreal side, but no, you actually fixed my Frankenstein monster that I had in Blender where I didn't know how materials worked. Okay, so the animations are just he's there. His animations are not hooked up though. Check what we had to do for the other model. Okay, this one's saying run around. The grass isn't doing shit now. It's not even moving at all. The grass barely moves at all now. The island animation is hard-coded to idle cycle boring, and the Easter eggs reference specific clip names. The new model likely has different animation names. Let me add a quick debug log, see what clips the V2 model actually has. Open DevTools in the launcher. It should auto-open and debug, and check the console for blah, 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 blah. All right, Claude. The grass animation is frame rate dependent, not delta time based. At 500 FPS, the sway updates 500 times a second. Actually, the grass barely moving and the sway is just too big now. Okay, so our wind shader for the grass was dependent on frame rate, apparently. Okay, it's telling me to check the debugger on this guy. Available animations. Idle cycle boring is still, like, none of the animation names changed, so something else is going on. Okay, this guy says, I can write you a quick node script to unstick those products. You'll need your Printify API token first. Do you have one already? Do you need to generate from Printify connections personal access tokens? Once you have the token, I'll write a script that lists your shops to get the shop ID, finds the product. Do I have... Would these Printify keys be set up in my Coolify? What a sentence that is. Okay, this guy says the V2 model has the same animation names the Easter egg list plus the new ones. The idle, so the animation should be working. The idle is playing since it's visible in post. Let me check. Is he just stuck in T-pose static, or is the idle animation? He is static and stuck. Where did brain documents? Launcher. Let's go to the Blender file. Just double check that the animations work. I don't understand this newfangled fucking animation editor I don't get what I'm looking at here in 5. Like, how do I scrub through the animation? Nothing's playing at all. Why do they change this whole interface in Blender 5? Well, I understood how to use the animator window in 3.6 and 4.5, but they fucking changed it. I don't get what I'm looking at. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm used to seeing. Yes. Okay, we're here. No, why are none of the keyframes working? What am I missing? What am I missing? He doesn't animate anymore. Well, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. I'm on idle cycle boring. What is this window? Like, why is there 3 windows stacked up now? This is the timeline up here, okay? Let's ask Claude. Armature data, green stick figure icon. I can see the rest position is highlighted on the right side of that toggle instead of the pose position. While rest position is active, the armature ignores all animation data. Okay. Which button? Never read everything Claude tells you. Only read the first 3 sentences and ignore the rest. That's the way I work. The panel you're showing me is the scene hierarchy. The toggle lives in the properties editor. What? What are you talking about? Left edge of the properties panel, click the green running stick figure icon. Oh, I remember this vaguely. Click this. That's data. Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Yes. Thank you, Claude. We were able to solve this without bothering Boom. Okay. So maybe this is the bug. Maybe I exported with rest position. And we need to re-export. All right, we re-exported with the armature set to pose position. I wouldn't think that setting would break an export. You'd think it'd just be a editor only kind of thing. The rest position export means the armature bones are at their bind pose, so with the animation tracks have no delta to apply. The pose position, it should export the actual keyframe data. Okay. So we just re-exported him. I had the rest version on. The other better thing is it already looks like this newer version of Noli is more lit, like correctly, like the old one was too dark. Uh, these would be environmental cool on. Sorry. All right, we need API keys for Printify so we can unstuck these dang t-shirts. Yeah, I don't have any Coolify or Printify API keys. I checked and I don't have any Printify API keys set up yet. Is that all I need to do is the steps you put up there to get them? Check dev server. All right, let's check it. We got it. Look at that. We got the new version of Nully. Woo! Figured out a little export bug. Okay, those don't work on local. Dude, he looks awesome in the launcher. Oh my gosh. Huge update, you guys. Is there anything else? I need to let's see. We need to figure out, so okay, so what we need. Oh, he's little Easter egg animations are in there and everything. Oh, he looks so sick. He's maybe a little bright. He's maybe a little bit too lit up. Might bring some of it down. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the other thing we need is I'm gonna hook this news and updates up to something real. Right now it's a bunch of gibberish that's there as like a placeholder. So we need to give Launcher Claude access to both the game launcher code and the website at the same time, so that he can integrate news stuff with the launcher calls. And I need a new admin panel here. So this is my admin panel right now. I need a new one for me to create news updates. The other thing too is we need to figure out how to get people on like an email list. We need to get the monthly subscription working for Club Nuldrums. I'm calling it that as an ode to Club Penguin. Instead, we got Club Nuldrums. So yeah, we're gonna hook up the news feed and the news in the launcher, I think. And then at that point, I don't know. We'll keep going. I'm just trying to think about what to have this Claude doing while Game Engine Claude's running and Printify setup Claude is running. We're trying to figure out some other things here. We need to set up the news and updates feed in the launcher to actually pull from a real place on the website. And I need a new option in the admin panel on the website for me to create news updates. And then we also need the updates to get sent out to an email list that includes people that are a club member and above for their role. Yeah, I don't know. I like using the voice dictation to Claude sometimes, but like there's still a bunch of typos when you do the voice stuff. And you still have to sit there and like pick your words carefully because like prompt engineering is like a real thing. So the voice chat's okay, but I still find a reason for me to want to type a bunch. All right, you guys, we're going to hook up the news feed to be legit. Because right now it's stupid placeholder stuff. Go to Printify My Account Connections Personal Access Token. Generate one. Add it as Printify API token in your Coolify environment variables. That single token is all the script needs. You can discover your shop ID and product IDs automatically from the API. I don't know why I like this song a lot. Elcado, what's up? Yep, I'm solo dev. I'm making the sequel to this game that I made 6 years ago. But this time I'm making it, I made it with a UGC platform last time, and this time I'm making it with my own game engine, and we're vibe coding the entire game engine. And the formatting of the game is going to be a little bit different than that one was supposed to be like an MMO, like a little mini MMO with like 16 player servers and everybody's fighting at once. This one is not going to have a dedicated server. This version is going to have player hosted games. The multiplayer is going to work like Elden Rings, basically. Where like there's a host that like hosts the game and people party up. And then there'll be like PvP from like invaders, you know, like people invading your world. But I won't have to pay for dedicated servers is the main reason, because I can't sustain that, you know? So no MMO vibe, but same combat system. It's better to be peer-to-peer, yes. Especially if you're a small indie dev. You know, structure the game to be playable in the same way that Elden Ring is, basically. Or V Rising, you know? No shape, yeah. For your use case, check shop read, shop write, Zenifacts, do a lot of my own practice to say I love hopping around seeing how other devs use their tools and sharing. No problem, man. I haven't been hopping around Twitch at all since this coding revolution has begun. Is there anything else cool that you've seen or picked up? I've had people give me some random, interesting, helpful prompting advice, actually. It's been cool to try. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm doing all tokens. Holy crap. Okay, let me save this file somewhere. Okay, we did that. Okay, we got this shenanigans done. The token has been added to Coolify with the name you gave me. Printify API token. Use it and see if you can unblock the shirts that are stuck in publishing. I have these 2 shirts that I built or designed here. I mean, I just slapped on the logo and stuff we already have for the company. So nothing crazy, but they're stuck in like publishing limbo on Printify's site, and I'm about to. This thing has to make like an npm script to like fucking fix it. This guy did a bunch of research. So our game launcher is like all the core stuff is completely working on the game launcher. Login, buying games from a store, having discount codes, installing games from your library, auto-updating the games from your library, auto-updating the launcher itself. There's a whole CI/CD pipeline set up for me to easily deploy new versions. But I just realized the news and updates feed on the launcher is still placeholder. So I'm about to add a new option on the admin panel on the website for me to like push updates, and I also want it to blast out an email to everybody that's a part of the club that's like a subscriber to the website. So we're gonna hook up the news feed to be legit. This guy just did some research and is telling me what it's gonna take. This guy is fixing the wind speed shader on our game engine. It looks like too slow to me now. I'm gonna investigate that. Let me catch up on chat. All right. El Cato, that's pretty cool. A bit too advanced for me, not gonna lie. I just got Unreal. I am a software web dev, so blueprints are kind of easy to understand, but I'm really struggling with the animation part. So far, I just get assets from the marketplace. Yeah, dude, Unreal is a huge beast. Grats on getting into it for the first time. It's super fun. Blueprints is an excellent place for a lot of people to enter. Let me... Hang on, we're at the end of the chill music. Let's go find... It's a struggle. I'm trying to find music that we can listen to without getting copyright struck by YouTube today. Let's go... Suno has actually been awesome for music that, because it's AI generated, doesn't get me in trouble with copyrights. We'll go back to the other breakcore. I think we'll listen to Suno for just a second. Oh, this is the actual vocal ones, not the vocal chop only. I want to label these. I made all these like anime girl vocal chop tunes. Some of them have full vocals and some are just vocal chops. They're in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. It's like a grab bag. Yeah, this is the one that's vocal chops only. It's pretty cool. Okay, let me read the chat. Elcado. Yeah, dude, Blueprints is awesome. It's a good starting point. Just keep digging. What animation part are you struggling on? Like actually making your own animations with 3D models, or like setting up an animation graph? Because you don't You don't have to worry about actually making animations yourself. You should just use marketplace stuff for a while you figure out like gameplay. I mean, it depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to make like a Mirror's Edge type game or something, that's like an example of a very animation heavy, polished animation driven game genre. You know what I mean? So it's like, I wouldn't worry about animation stuff too much, man, if your goal is not necessarily to make something that's super animation driven. Zenifax, you are using AI for Shopify and e-commerce. Oh, you're saying that's what most people on this channel are doing in software and game dev? What do you think is the best way to approach it? Or is that what you're doing? Like, let's say an artist wants to sell their commissions. What do you do? What do you sell? The example I gave. Yeah, Zenifax, give me a more clear example. Give me a more clear example of what you're trying to sell, and I'll help think about it. I'm not doing Shopify anymore. I think Shopify is gonna die, dude, with AI tools now. Cause like, I built a website with Svelte. I started building this website 2 years ago. But Svelte is a full like professional level framework, similar to React, where you can do anything you want. You know, it just takes some more work and figuring out. But now the AI can just figure it all out. So you can do a React website. You can do like a Mern stack, or you can do Svelte. And then for your payment, you can do Stripe directly with like an API and stuff instead of using Shopify. My clients have their own commissions. They want to sell it directly off our website. They want the user to buy the thumbnail, original art, and buy. How do you do it? Okay, yeah, so like what kind of art is it? I'm confused here. That's what I'm asking. Is this like a painting? Is it digital art? I'm a little confused. They draw themselves, they paint, digital art, whatever, okay? And you have like a gallery page. Okay, yeah, I see the ad breaks going. Shit, I need to eat something. It's almost 10. Hang on, let me start my oven up. Okay, that's over. Yo. Alright, so like, I've got a shop on my website, right? There's nothing here yet. Hopefully by the end of tonight, there's 2 t-shirts here for people to buy. My software is here. This game is here. Okay, we got another bot on Kick. That's all Kick has is bots. You know what is nice though? These bots keep following me and they don't get removed, so the more I've been streaming on Kick, the more I've been passively getting followers from all the bots. Okay, how do you sell it? How do you connect the buyer to the seller? Yes. Okay, so I don't use Shopify. My website is made with Svelte and Svelte Kit, which is similar to React. Have you heard of React? It's a website framework. So that's what's handling the display of the web page and the design stuff. Yeah. And then my website is running on an actual server that I'm paying for on DigitalOcean. I don't know if you've messed with DigitalOcean. So I just literally on DigitalOcean, I don't want to click on this. It might show like the IP address and stuff of my server. I actually don't think that matters. I think people can just literally ping the website and they'll get the same IP address. Okay, well here's DigitalOcean. So there's other options. DigitalOcean was a popular one at the time when I set up my website. But I pay $25 a month for my website server. And the server is just like, it's a Linux box, right? So I've got like a copy of Ubuntu running on a DigitalOcean droplet. And I set up the whole website on there. So it's running on that. That's $25 a month to host the website. Then, for all the payment, I'm using Stripe. And Stripe is how you directly connect. Stripe's the same people that provide the service, you know, for like the credit card readers and stuff that people have at like food trucks and shit. Yeah, so Stripe cuts out Shopify. Stripe stores all the credit card data. So you don't have the legal, ramifications of storing actual credit card data and stuff on your website. They handle, they take 2.9% for each transaction. Oh yeah, Shopify takes the same cut. So Shopify and Stripe take the same cut. It's actually better with Shopify plan or advanced plan. It's a little bit less of a cut. Huh. Well, Shopify is pretty good then. But if you use Shopify's like storefront and their whole website builder and all that stuff, they have their own custom programming language just for Shopify. And it's like a huge pain to make a Shopify website into something dynamic and different and crazy or whatever. But if you just wanted something basic, you could do Shopify. It looks like the cut's the same. I thought Shopify took more. Basic plan is identical to Stripe. 2.9% plus 30 cents. Doesn't Shopify pay you out, so having your website, you instantly get the money? Maybe. Oh, dude, the ending of this song is pretty cool. We're on the Suno AI waves right now. So Stripe, you can set up how frequently you get paid. Let me sign in here. I'll show you what my dashboard looks like on Stripe. But basically, Stripe does a similar thing to Shopify, where they store all the credit card data. You don't have any legal crap with that. They take a cut, but the cut they're taking is covering the credit card payment processor fee, and it's also dealing with all the legal issues of taking international payments and all that crap. So that's why all these payment processors take a cut, you know? Yeah, so Stripe also has a dashboard here. This is the sandbox. This is my fake thing. But I can set up a subscription payment system, which we're going to do in a moment tonight. And then payments. Let's see. You could set up the frequency. It could literally be daily or it could be weekly that it deposits straight to your bank account from Stripe. Now, the commission part, dude, that I'm not sure about, and I would love to figure that out with Stripe eventually, because like one of my friend's pieces of software that he made, this thing, I want to sell his software that he built on my launcher to, you know, have some cool stuff in my launcher, and I think it's a really cool tool. You know, take less of a cut than Gumroad is. He's selling this on Gumroad right now. I was like, I want to sell it on my launcher also, but I'll take less of a cut than Gumroad. So if I set that up with him, then I need something similar to what you're saying, which is every time somebody buys a copy of his software, I somehow have to bake in the royalties where it splits the payment up, where it's like I get 5% and he gets the other 95%. You know what I mean? But it goes like to his Stripe account directly when they at the point of them purchasing it, and not me having to do a bunch of work to figure out how to split payment up, you know, after the fact, and having to promise him, oh, I'll give you this much, and then doing the math on a calculator. Like that's not gonna fly, right? So I think that's what you're describing. That's kind of the conundrum there for what you're trying to build, is you need a similar setup where like it splits up the payment when the person pays between what goes just towards your site and what goes to the artist. So I'm not exactly sure how to do that yet. I haven't, but I will tackle that problem when I get to putting his thing on my store. Anyway, so that's the setup I've got right now. We can do better without Shopify. Yeah, Shopify, just what it's going to do for you, because it sounds like the payment cut's identical. It gives you more freedom in the website design, because Shopify locks you into like their ecosystem, I'm pretty sure, of like programming language and shit, and it's weird. Honestly, Vash, can you make your own commercial outlet equal to or better than what these payout companies are already doing? I feel like that I can literally make it better than, I mean, two companies versus the AI. Yeah, so my buddy, I made this website for resales commissions. I had to bake in the royalties to people wanting to buy the art he makes, and I take a percentage of what he makes based on it. Yeah, so you have the same. Yeah, so like I said, like I haven't figured out how to do that yet, man, how to split it up. But where I would start is I would literally just ask Claude, like, this is how I figured out Stripe, by the way, with my Svelte. I gave it the code for my website, and I just fucking told it, like, hey, I'm trying to do e-commerce, man. What are my options? And it gave me all the options and stuff. And it told me about Stripe. And that's why I went with Stripe. Because, like, Stripe's going to work best with the way my website's designed. Can you do better than the payment companies? No. Like, yes, you could make your own Stripe for processing payment. But, like I said, you have a bunch of legal ramifications you have to deal with, and a whole bunch more paperwork probably to do to be able to like store and security work that you have to be confident in. Yeah, what Elcado just said. Yeah, what Elcado just said. The responsibility of the security issues goes way up when you have to store people's credit cards versus just storing their emails and passwords. So that's part of what you're signing away with the 2.9% cut that Stripe and Shopify take. Is this, you don't have to deal with the security problems of leaking credit card info and possibly getting sued for that or whatever. And you don't have to deal with a bunch of international legal issues, right? And you're still going to have to pay the credit card companies some percentage for the credit card processing. So out of that 2.9% they take, probably like, I don't even know. I'm just guessing. I guess at least like 1% of it is going to Visa or MasterCard or whatever as well, right? So that extra like 1.5 or 2% that they have baked in for their royalties is probably worth it for, safeguarding yourself against a lawsuit for leaking everybody's credit card stuff, as well as not having to know how to navigate international waters legally, like all the legal ins and outs of payment processing for people from EU versus the US or whatever. So anyways, that's my thoughts. You could try it, dude, because you're right. Anything's possible with AI right now. If you go on that down that rabbit hole of figuring out how to replace Shopify or Stripe with your own thing, I would be very interested to hear what kind of roadblocks you run into, how difficult it actually is, all that stuff, if you feel like it's worth it. But that's my understanding of it so far. The token is in Coolify production, but I need to run it locally, the script. Do you have it in your local environment file? Can you paste it here? So I'm not going to put my API token on the stream in here. I will place it in the local environment file. Silly goose. I'll program strike. You mean to say I have a response to you? Okay. Credit card companies typically charge merchants between 1.5% and 3.5% per transaction. Okay, but it's not changed right now, right? So we're all still, anytime somebody buys something from you with a credit card, we're still giving the credit card company money. Part of it could be because a credit card is basically borrowed money, you know? Get an LLC in order to be able to use it? Yes, you do. Which I formed mine a decade ago. Yeah, I had to call the IRS to get a tax document just to be able to finish setting up Stripe. That is true. You have to do it. Do you not have to do that with Shopify? You don't have to be a business entity with Shopify with a tax number or something? Do you just give them your social security number? Okay. I was talking about the credit card companies, not necessarily Shopify. I think the fee you're paying credit card companies is because the credit card money is not real money. It's borrowed money and it could default. So I think that's why there's an extra charge on top of a credit card, but not a debit card. Because the credit card company has to basically take this extra bit to build up an insurance pool, essentially, for all the people that don't pay their credit cards on time or default completely. You know what I mean? They're like Shopify did a marketplace or website builder. It's similar concept, everything. Rotting in a repo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I was saying you could replace Shopify and Stripe, but I think the credit card fee has to do with the mechanics of borrowing money. Instead of spending money you already have. I agree. It exists in a charge on top. Debit card generics are relatively new. I think blockchain ledger system changed that, but we're not in that acceptance area yet. Sure, I get it. But I remember when Square was first sent out, they had a 2% fee for processing. Then that started propagating to gas stations. I started sending internal alarms. Is not the norm. Okay. Interesting. Yo, thanks for the follow, El Cato. I don't know why the alert didn't work. Probably because this stupid thing changed inputs again. Looks right to me. Weird. Oh, thanks for the follow, man. Extra fee? Oh. Well, I'm just saying that at its core, the credit card fee what's illegal is a debit-only fee. So a debit-only fee is illegal. In California, at least here it says. The credit card fee is the same thing as paying insurance. Because when you buy something on credit, it's fake money. You know what I mean? No, credit card... Do you know how insurance works? Right? Like, you've got 100 people buying stuff on credit. One person racks up 20 grand in credit card debt or 10 grand, and it defaults and they don't pay it because they go bankrupt. As a company, how do you stay alive if at any point like 10% or even 1% of or 5% of the money that you're loaning to people just dies? And the way they're doing it is they're making everybody else pay 1%, just like an insurance pool, to keep a pool of money together to cover those losses and stay profitable. You know what I mean? No, but everybody has to pay it because it's fake money. It's money that they're putting it in up front. You know what I mean? If you pay like... Yeah. So I'm saying like they have to charge something. Maybe they're overcharging. I agree with that. Like it could be some inflated bullshit. Like they're gouging people and they're overcharging. I totally agree with that. That there's probably some creep there. You know, they keep creeping up in price or something. I agree with that. I'm not going to deny that. But I'm just saying I feel like they have to do a little something to cover the losses and stay alive as a company. Like I don't think you can just do nothing. Or credit card as a business doesn't even work. It just wouldn't exist. We'd only be using debit cards. That's my guess. Okay, I love this music. Some grooving Suno, but let's let me go to the I want to go to the let's go to the trance for a little bit. Oh no, these have vocals? Dude, if you ask Suno for vocals, it doesn't shut up. It goes the entire time. Without trust system, we overcharge the high trust part of the system every time. So if you really do otherwise. Aside from what I was asking, I wanted to figure out how to create a Shopify account or an alt. Oh, I don't know. I've never done Shopify. Just start asking Claude, dude. Just start hammering away. Start up a little chit chat with Claude. Put it on the extended mode. The extended thinking mode is what lets it use web search more often. Same thing with like expert mode on Grok and all that stuff. The extended thinking, the deep think, the expert mode on Grok, that setting will make it actually do a web search to get you some factual information instead of just hallucinating stuff from its internal weights. Let's do it. Yeah, I do agree with you. I am a blockchain person, also Xanafacts. I agree with you on there's a lot of potential there still. I think blockchain is awesome. I just it doesn't have any safety nets though. So you're paying that premium. You get like less like friction. Everything's like instant and it's international and there's no barriers, there's no like legal shit in the way. It's super fast and it's really easy for people to bake in royalties and stuff for all kinds of cool things like artist commissions and all that. However, there's no refunds. There's no such thing as refunds. So I think blockchain is cool, but I think people they need to know like, hey, you get less friction, especially internationally. You get less friction, you get more speed, you get a bunch of cool mechanics and stuff that you can bake into how things transact and make it automated, and there's no middleman. But you're fucked if somebody steals your wallet or something. You're never getting any refunds. It is highly dangerous. If you have a typo in the address for for someone you're trying to send something to, there's no safety net. So I think it's cool and I'm glad it exists. But I think traditional financial systems with all the legal protections within the borders of a nation still need to exist, you know. I mean, we're living in the world right now where they coexist, and that's how I think it's always going to be, just because of those trade-offs. All the blockchain stuff is like the over market, the international like meta layer market across national borders. It's great for your ledger on multiple levels. Interesting. Both shirts are unstuck. They should now show as published. We had to make a node script and run a node script just to unstick these shirts from the being... Dude, like, how many people are going to be able to freaking do that, dude? What are we doing without Claude? Okay, this guy fixed the wind speed. I got to heat up some food, you guys. I'm going to be AFK off and on. I don't think the grass is moving hardly at all. I feel like the wind isn't enough. Making a drone autonomously pilot itself based on blockchain. Oh, that's random. That's super random. It's pretty cool. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna be getting up back and forth. I'm gonna go make dinner. We're gonna get these shirts to show up here. That looks a lot better on the wind. Alright, while I'm eating, we need to send this Claude off on like a long mission. Okay.
I don't wanna be yours. I never wanna feel.
I'm giving it the whole recipe for a weather system. Huge, long weather system recipe here while I go cook food. All right, this guy's going to build a weather system tonight for the engine. He's going to build a whole weather system. I told him to do a whole research team for the wind system, or for the weather system, and that we're going to need thunderstorms and we're going to need snowstorms too, and blizzards. Oh, dude, this song was sick. I remember this one. Ow, 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 ow. All right, guys, I'm going to go back and forth making food. I'll turn off the webcam filter so you can see me milling about in my kitchen. Oh, dude, the shirts are working already. What the hell? Oh, no. This is ridiculous. I can't. Wow. Okay, we got to fix that part. Yo, Mags, thanks for the follow. I'm eating dinner right now, so. Yo, what's up? I still have some food to eat, so it's gonna be a couple more minutes. Let's see if we can break up the see if we can find some other Suno music to listen to here. All right, you guys, what's up? We're here. I'm only going to be here for another hour. I'm going to try to go sleep in like an hour from now. Oh, sorry. Okay, where did we leave off? We're trying to get this to look a little better. Ugh. All right, let's get the shirt purchasing wrapped up here. And then this guy's making a whole weather system. Yo, Lethal Air, what's up, dude? I have a layout for an application. Do you think Claude Max can iterate through it? Yeah. It can do anything, bro. It'll just chomp through, although it'll chomp through anything, man. I just rewrote the whole rendering pipeline in this game engine from OpenGL to Vulkan in 3 days. Like, if it can do that, it can do anything. That's just insane. Yeah. It is pretty finicky, I will say, about UI layout. So, like, because it's built to be a coding engine. Claude Code is, at least. So if you ask it, if you just tell it, like, hey, move this thing a little to the right, a little to the left, and line it up with, you know, XYZ image, like these, placing these was super painful. I kept telling it, move a little more to the right, a little more to the left, and then I had to figure out, I asked it to give me this tool, these, like, grid lines, you know? So I have, like, a grid now that I can overlay on dev mode for the website, because I literally have to tell it, like, place this button at 25% in from the left and, you know, 22% up from the bottom. And once I started doing that, then I started having success. We're just telling it, like, move stuff left, move stuff right. No, you went too far left, you went too far to the right. Is not... You'll get stuck in, like, a loop with it for a while if that's how you're adjusting stuff, just as a heads up. So UI based on a plugin from Codex. Oh, nice. Yeah, depending on how crazy your UI is. Ugh. Dude, I went to sleep at midnight last night. I'm, like, actually tired now. Website is pretty. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it couldn't do this nav bar that I did by hand. Dude, this thing was insane. It could not do it. It doesn't like writing anything in grid. I had to do all this stuff. Let me turn on pesticide. I had to do all this stuff in grid. And it only likes doing Flexbox. Yeah, grid CSS, yeah. So I did, if I go here, what the hell? How do I view this again? Dude, I don't even remember how this works. It was a struggle. I spent a whole 4 months on this navbar and stuff. There we go. Look at this. Look at how many slices I had to slice this grid up into just to get the just to get that slight, like, offset on everything, on all these icons. And these, just to get them a little bit, like, offset from each other and not, like, lined up and have their button areas, like, match the actual thing. I had to keep subdividing this grid until eventually it was like 130 columns or something like that. Flexbox like this? Yes, exactly. So grid is, like, brand new, but grid lets you layer things and position things in, like, quirky, weird ways, the same way you would inside a game engine. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh, I can just slap everything at an XY position and give it a Z layer for the depth of what overlaps what. You know what I mean? So to get something that looked like a game UI, I had to go really in on it being some crazy ass fucking grid that's just a million tiny pieces. it was like bigger. It was like 17 blocks across, and that started being like, oh, I want to like move this icon just a little bit to the side and offset it a little bit more from this other one. And then like the more I did that, the more I had to subdivide and subdivide and subdivide. But anyways, it doesn't understand grid at all. It doesn't understand, like, I will not let the AI touch my nav bar, because when I've seen it do try to do stuff like it's doing right now on this shop page, it's doing like a flex box layout that it's used to doing over top of this background art, and is doing an okay job, but it's still struggling. Like these other pages, I had to use grid to float everything inside of the art and keep it locked in place relative to the art, but it doesn't understand that. It just keeps wanting to do everything with Flexbox. Anyways, so I'm just giving you the heads up. Like, you're probably good with your design, but if you start going in the realm of wanting to do stuff with grid and get really weird, the AI is going to struggle. What is the standard for an HTML game? For a game? A game doesn't even use grid or Flexbox. It's just like a render window. Like a 3JS game or something. Right now for 3D, is that website? This isn't a game. No, this is the website. No, if you do a game on a website, these days you want to use 3JS like this. No, this isn't a game. This is 3JS here. The AI, Claude's really good at making 3JS stuff right now. It's the new hotness. This is a visualizer for understanding how triangles get drawn on the screen. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm letting it just do Flexbox shit. I'm not trying to command it to do otherwise. Like, this is all Flexbox on the shop page. I'm not forcing it into anything. I might have to though. It keeps messing this up. See, look, it's like scroll bar is off the art. I mean, I might have to tell it though. I might have to tell it to start gridding stuff up for this, because like it's struggling. Store content is a flex column, and the grid inside isn't being constrained. Your CSS or server files? Oh yeah, okay. I'll ask it. Oh, it's working a little bit there. Look at that. I don't know why we've got Comic Sans, but you know. Based on file size. Dude, I asked the game engine's crazy, so it turned the render into Vulkan, and my game engine sitting idle runs at over 500 frames a second now. With all this graphs and stuff, but I just asked it to add a weather to the thing. Where is weather? Here it is. Oh shit, dude. I was just eating dinner and this thing added a whole weather system. With lightning flashes. Oh my gosh. Dude, oh my gosh, it made a whole weather system. Well, that's insane. I gave Claude the recipe for a weather system before I went to go eat dinner, and then I ate dinner and I come back and we've got thunderstorms and rain. Like, I don't even know how you make like devlogs, you know, like YouTube devlogs of what you're doing anymore. It has to be like artificial, because like a whole game engine just came together and a whole open world in like 1 week, you know? Like normally a devlog, if somebody's trying to build a YouTube channel for a game they're making, they're like, I spent the last month adding weather to my game. Look at this. I studied this and I tried all these different shaders and methods. And I had all this trial and error and this journey, and now all that's gone. Now it's just like, I added a weather system to my game engine. Look, I just wrote a paragraph to Claude and then it made it. Done. Like, El Coro, what's up? What toolkit is this? This is Claude. Claude Code. AI programming. Oh, it fixed the shirt. But we're making the engines made with Zig. The engine's made with Zig. That's what it looks like. Yep. Yeah, I haven't written any code at all. This whole engine. It's built from scratch. The rendering is done in Vulkan. It's taken about 12 days or something of work so far to get it this far. So it wasn't just like a single prompt, like, "Hey, make me a game engine." I had to do a lot of directing, All right, let's see what the sky looks like. Oh, there's a seam in the sky.
Please leave your message.
So I just screenshot that, and I tell the AI there's a seam in the sky. Fix it. Okay, light overcast, heavy overcast. Buttons for return to game. Return to game. All right, we'll see how that does. telling the AI.
Lisa, I'm beginning to remember details about my past.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Long ago, I wasn't called Hachi. I was known as Hachi.
I had to look into the UI. Slopgames.com allows game developers to promote their game whether it works or not. Wait, really? Is that an actual website? No. Somebody owns that domain, though. You should buy it, bro. Somebody's squatting it. It's actually a good idea. When I first saw like did you see the AI generated Minecraft game? And it was like being on drugs or something, man. It was like it looked like some psychedelic like trip where everything's morphing and changing as you look around. When I saw that, I was like, oh, purely AI generated games will be a thing, but it's going to be like a different genre. You know what I mean? I think slop, like how Roblox exists all the time, and Roblox is like a slop game genre, you know? The game to website technology? What do you mean? Dude, tons of people are making, or they're doing Vibe Jam games right now on Twitter. iOS and Android usually have strict policies for apps to get around that. Website technology games, the alternatives, basically a browser game. Okay. Yeah, I think browser games are great. Browser apps are cool. The one thing with desktop apps, though, for AI integration is that you can make desktop apps use your subscription tokens through Claude instead of API calls and costing you money. So desktop apps for software that uses AI calls is actually better. Yo, Karax, what's up, dude? For the game, whatever platform you are, using a multi-platform game engine. If clicks on the browser, then port to multi-platforms. Oh, interesting. Ocean Wave, what's up, dude? Have you tried Caveman to reduce tokens? No, I haven't. I don't care about. I saw it. I've seen it. It's pretty funny. Some guy in the game industry, actually, his son is the one that made it. I saw on LinkedIn, like some people I know were friends with the dad that posted about it. He's like, hey, my son posted this on Reddit and it blew up. I'm so proud. Codex plugin makes agent talk like caveman, cutting 70% of output tokens while keeping full technical accuracy. Chinese mode, terse commits, one-line code reviews, and a compression tool. 45% of input tokens every session. A one-line install. El Caro, thanks for the follow. You're that rich that yes. No, I just have the $200 subscription. And I can't, dude, like, I can only reach 75% per week right now. Like, I built an entire game launcher that's fully working now. I have e-commerce on my website. We have an entire game engine that's mostly working with weather and a day-night cycle. It's a 15-kilometer, like, you know what I mean? Like, I literally tried as hard as I could to use as much of the $200 sub as I can. I'm not doing crazy stuff right now because I finished everything. Like I got all the stuff made that I wanted to get made, other than the game engine's going to be a constant slow thing, but yeah, want to waste. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give away my extra tokens, but I can't. So if you're at the $100 plan, I think Caveman would still be useful, because like the $100 plan is only, I would have ran out at the 25% mark here. Like, if you have anything less than the $200 plan, you can't really do anything. Like, you can't work non-stop, basically. You'd have to stop a little bit. Let's see. I think I can literally get every single thing done that I have planned in 2 months. How much would you pay to upload your game to get the views? The game platform would promote your game on common social media platforms. What do you mean? League of Legends is a perfect game example of your idea? I'm not sure what you mean. Marketing is the point of my discussion? Wait, I am so confused about what this idea is you're talking about, Lethal. $100 you often reach? Yeah. $100 is only a quarter of the amount of the tokens. So I would have ran out a long time ago. Because it'd only be at 25% on this, and you'd be capped. Yeah, $100 is pretty. I would definitely use Caveman if I go back down to the $100 plan. Just file system and Windows MCP. Twitch, but for slop, media, and games. Isn't that what, I get what you're saying. So, like, addicting games. You remember that website, Addicting Games? You're saying addicting games, but the content is all AI generated. Is that what you're saying? Addictinggames.com. Nice. Yeah, and OpenAI kind of tried to do that, right? Like, they made Sora as, like, a social media app. Which is kind of weird. You know what I mean? The Sora video app is like a... We still have a seam in the sky. Sora's a flop? Yeah. But that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to make a platform that was literally, this is AI slop video only platform. You know what I mean? So it was a little bit like what you're saying, but it didn't include games. It only had videos. Check it out. I gave it a paragraph asking for any AI slop can be posted. Nice. Oh no, the rain is not going in the direction. It's like vertical. I gave it a paragraph just asking for weather. Okay, the rain direction is... Have I used Graphify? No, I haven't used Graphify yet. I'm thinking about it. I wanted to kind of come to my own conclusion for a little bit of trying Andre Karpathy's Obsidian usage. So I already was using Obsidian like he was describing. I've already been using it like that, like my whole last like 4 years of my life, where I have all these notes for every different thing, like Perforce and video editing and whatever. So it makes sense. And then I started having AI put all this stuff together here. So my marketing manager AI is starting to record stuff for me in this folder of what works and what doesn't work. So I might use Graphify at some point, for sure. At the moment, though, I don't know. I don't have to research and study stuff like Andre Karpathy has to do still, I guess. I saw in the comment section Lex Friedman mentioned that he does the same thing with having to use AI a lot to keep big organized notes about all these different broad subject matters, and then he has to compile it all into podcasts that he can listen to from the AI when he's out running. So I don't know. I want to see what let's see. I want to see what Graphify looks like. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm curious. Oh, reads your files of the folder that it's inside of, builds a knowledge graph, and gives you back structure you didn't know was there. Understand a code base faster. Find out the why. Okay, so this is different. Parenthood charm. Oh, cool. No, so Graphify is a little different than I thought it was. I thought this was Andre Karpathy's thing about just merging the AI with Obsidian. But it seems a little different. It's a data table of your code? Oh, cool. Okay, I'll try it. Yeah, it's different than I thought. I thought it was just the Obsidian, like, notes thing. I thought it just made Obsidian notes, like, nice. Graph in vector base, nice. I'd imagine it's also useful if it tries to make all these correlations and like understand the whole like code base, then it might actually help the agent themselves do a better job of coding and getting like spun up faster. Like when you open a new agent, it's got a fresh context window. It'll probably do a better job getting acclimated with the project if this graph has been built out. Requires Python 3.1. El Quaro. How did make AI terminal build stuff? What kind of tool is that? It's called Claude Code. Sir. It's this. This is the tool. You have to get a subscription with Anthropic. And then you, once you have their subscription, then you install this, and then you can talk to Claude there. Or you get their desktop app, this thing, and you can get this. You can get it to code in here. And he just started asking it to do stuff. So I asked it to make a game engine. Okay, so Graphify. So I have Python 10. Dude, I'm so confused. Where did that pip install go? Okay, we want this. Pip install Graphify and Graphify install. All right, the UI is working. Escape menu looks good. Dang, dude. I don't know what else to throw at it. Built the weather system. It's starting to get to a point on the game engine where it's like, we have to actually make the game. Like, I'm gonna have to stop and do like 3D modeling at some point, or figure out how to, or go buy some models, or like. Okay, let's try Graphify. I didn't realize that it can help with the code base as well. Maybe we'll try the caveman too. Not for saving tokens, but for saving my brain, you know, from all the yap. Because the yap from the AI is crazy. Oh. You got the domain for slop games? Invoke to flat images? What does that do? Graphify install. Oh, it's not working. I give up. So a fusion image editor? Oh, nice. I got a general question for you guys. Do you think we're doomed? Just in terms of people with software engineering jobs, or software jobs at all, or game dev jobs. I left some comment on a Primogen video today on Instagram. And someone, I was just like, globally with a little time left. I mean, I think humans are going to continue on, but I think that there's going to be a lot fewer than 8 billion people. I think you're going to end up with like 2 billion people or something, and a lot of people are going to not be able to support themselves or their families and just die off. Useless people like in India, and none will care. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be bad. Yeah, on there was a Primogen video, with Jim Cramer and like Jensen Huang talking, and they're like, why aren't people gonna do more with more? Why are they all trying to do more with less right now with AI? And he's like, because they lack the imagination. And I'm like, no, like when one person can make an entire game engine and a game launcher in a week by themselves, that would have taken that's like 100 100 high-paying jobs for 3 to 5 years. You know, to build the launcher that I made, that would have been a core team of like 20 to 30 engineers spending multiple years or like a year or two like setting all that up. I feel like, I don't know. I just left a comment. I'm like, yeah, if I can make a game engine and a launcher in a week, it's going to be bad because there's not enough consumer demand for the sheer volume of software we can output. And some guy comments, he's like, yeah, but like, won't that push everybody to innovate more? Like, if a small team of people with Claude and Mythos, and they can just make an open source version of Adobe software that's equally as good. And I'm like, how is that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's your great innovation? They're making the same thing that Adobe made, but they're making a free version? Like, that's not innovating. That actually just means that hundreds of people with high-paying six-figure jobs at Adobe aren't going to have a job anymore. Because everyone's just going to use all these, like, hodgepodge, like, free versions, like 100 different free versions of a photo editing software. And my other point to that was, like, there's no innovation left, dude. Like, I don't need any more features in my photo editor tool. The last thing there was is like, oh, AI came out. Let's slap AI tools on every piece of software, and that's like a fresh coat of paint. And like, that's it. That's all they've done, really. Like, that's why I was using a version 5.5 of Photoshop for the last like 12 years. And I didn't subscribe to Photoshop until this year because of the AI tools and because of how it requires credits. So I'm like, okay, well, I have to have Photoshop to have the AI tools. You know what I mean? But it's like, there's probably gonna be 100 competing products with every piece of Adobe software in a year from now, and they're all gonna be open source and free, and they're all just made by like hobbyists with like Claude subscriptions, and they'll all be pretty good. And it means that Adobe's going to lose half their business. They're going to fire half their employees. And everyone's just going to go into like, I don't know. I commented back to him and I'm like, dude, I'm in the game industry and I've already seen like what happens when you have an oversaturation of high quality stuff. The consumers have too much choice in the game industry to the point where no one has a stable job anymore. It's a shrinking circle of people that have a stable job in the game industry, and it's going to keep shrinking, and there's going to be no one left. And right now, the way it is for a lot of people working in the game industry is like, it's just gig work. You have a job for a year or 2 years, maybe 3 at most, and then you're done. And then you have to go to the next place, and then you have to go to the next place, because as people can do more with less, you're completely relying on like a viral hit. There's so much competition that you have to be viral or go out of business. And that's your two options. And it's going to be the same thing with software. It's all going to come down to marketing, and everybody's going to have to just jester max and be doing freaking clown skits on Instagram all the time like Cluely is, to try to get their get the awareness of their brand going is more important than the software, because the software doesn't matter anymore because everybody can just make it. So all that matters is being like an Instagram influencer, basically. So it's like, I don't know. That dude's wrong. Everybody's cooked. He doesn't understand. Like, I've seen in the game industry, we're done. People don't want GTA 6. People don't have enough time. They do want it, but they're only going to play it for like 2 weeks, and they're going to put like 40 hours into it, and they're going to quit. And GTA 6 is going to last 2 weeks in the public attention span. Just like Crimson Desert, just like Marathon, just like literally every single other video game that's come out in this whole decade, pretty much. Because there's such a high saturation of things competing for people's attention. So it's going to be the same thing with software. There's going to be so many options that everything's going to last like 2 weeks. And so you're going to have to join a company that has some kind of seed funding, and they're in pre-production making something super early. You're going to live off of that seed funding for a little bit, and then the thing's not going to go viral, and then you're going to have to quit and pack up and go to your next job. Then you have to quit and pack up and go to your next job. And that's already what's happening in the game industry. It's going to happen for every single person that does programming for a living until eventually it's not even a job anymore. That's how I feel after this. Like, this is really fun. I'm having a blast, like, being able to make an entire game engine in a week. But I'm realizing the reality that's on the horizon for us. It's not good. My whole job is just done for. My whole career. I don't think immediately. I think I can go get another job right now. I think I could apply to jobs for the next 3 months. I can find something at a decent company, and I'll survive for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. But I think five years from now is going to be for sure the apocalypse of the game industry, at least. Like, the amount of people working at Riot's going to be like 200 people or something instead of 5,000, you know? And their player base is going to shrink to be like 20% of what it is right now. Everybody's going to have like a few hundred customers that's like barely giving them enough income for them to like pay their food bills and feed their families and shit, and that's it. Not like no one company is going to have like millions of customers anymore. So, for software, at least, for software. I think there's a lot of other industries that it's not going to be true, but just for software. Okay. Anyways, this is my rant. Programmers are cooked. Yeah, disagree about root. There will be more software on different level of quality. Root issues that all industries will be replacing employees. Yes, software is going to be cheap, so engineers like me will switch to manage AI agents and companies to different roles. I was changing jobs every few years before AI, like 10 jobs in 15 years. That's normal to reach to best companies. Salary technologies, the only field is hardware development. Yeah, maybe. Every company will be hiring for people who know how to use AI, like CC, like every... Yeah, that's true, but I think you still need less. I think you needed 100 engineers before. Now you need 20 people that are agentic engineers. You know what I mean? It's such a like order of magnitude less. Like, I'm just saying, like, you go from 100 engineers to 20 agentic engineers, right? Right? But your software product is not going to grow in quality and feature set in customer base size by 5x. You know what I mean? Politics and less corporate bullshit. Yeah, maybe. But still, you get what I'm saying though? It's like there's 100 engineers working on this team before, and then they're going down to 20, but the customer base isn't going to go up by 5x. So that means 80 people are actually just displaced, right? Because it's not like I don't know what I'm saying. It's actually the opposite of what I was trying to say there with the number I was using. I don't know, you get what I'm saying. Automation, yeah, exactly. I think we're just heading towards the future that that Elon mentioned, and that's in sci-fi books, where it's possible like working is going to be optional and everybody's just living on some like some minimum wage thing that they're handed that isn't enough to really live. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. We'll see. I think the game industry, I think I'm going to be able to have a job, like I said, for 3 to 5 years, but we're looking into the window of the future here right now, and all the game companies are slow. They're very slow right now to pick up on this. Unreal Engine is like, it's weird how immune to the AI developments I was for the last like 3 years, because I was doing blueprints in Unreal Engine, and that is like an impenetrable fortress to AI right now because blueprints are terrible. They're terrible for AI to understand and to work in because they're compiled down in binaries and stuff. So, but what I'm seeing right now is the future game companies are going to be, they're doing what I'm doing right now. They're making an entire engine from scratch, but they're making the engine from scratch with AI in mind first, so the AI knows the code base, can easily navigate it, can understand it, and has control over like being able to manipulate stuff in the editor directly instead of like Unreal where it's all clunky. And once there's more game engines that are integrated with AI, then like, yeah, we're gonna have like 20 games that are like the scope and the scale of GTA 6. We're gonna have like 20 GTA 6s come out in the 2030s. You know what I mean? In terms of size, like 100 Elden Rings are gonna come out in the 2030s, and nobody's gonna play them, and nobody's gonna buy them because nobody has time to do that. You know what I mean? They're all just gonna get wasted and go into the trash and be unplayed and unlooked at like all the other games on Steam right now. Jetson cartoon where main job was to press one button. Oh, the Jetson. I forgot. That was his job in the Jetsons, was just pressing a button over and over. That's really funny. That's probably it. Intention is what will allow people to stay relevant and get new skills in immersion. AI do not understand own code better than existing one. It understands code better, which was used in training. It's usually a few years in popular. Oh, true. Software would be trash project. It'll have to start with audience first, not game first. Yeah, exactly. So that's why everybody's just going to be having to like be a bunch of clowns on Instagram and stuff and TikTok and Jester Max and do skits, and that's going to be your job instead of making the thing that you're trying to sell. You're going to spend all of your time marketing. Like 80% of your time should be marketing and building a brand and yapping on the internet like I'm doing right now. Anyways, yeah. This is cool and this is fun, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up having to live at my parents' house again. Like by the time I'm 40. At the rate things are going with the game industry and with software in general and AI tools. And then a lot of people are going to be jobless. And there's going to be riots in the street. And I'm just going to sit around and wait to collect inheritance, I guess, and never have kids and live off Social Security. It's all cooked. Unless you go viral with a game or a tweet or whatever, you know. That's your only chance. You're just rolling the lottery dice in the social media game every day. Might as well go buy a lottery ticket each day too. This looks pretty good though. You guys think this looks good? I feel like this looks pretty good right now. For being a vibe-coded game engine. I think the cobblestone could be twice as dense. AI efficient employees? I mean, we'll see. I just can't imagine they're going to be hiring the same number of AI efficient employees that they've let go that were normal employees. Like, you know what I mean? I can't picture Photoshop being 5 times better than it is. The current version of Photoshop right now with the AI tools in it, what in the world could you possibly do to innovate to make your photo editing software 5 times better? You know? There's not much. Just use AI agent to spam and find you a job. True. And the movies in a lip sync? Yeah, but you already have that. So it's just more AI features is what you're saying. That does, to me, if like I can take a photo and then make it 3D in Photoshop, that's not editing photos anymore. But also that doesn't make it like 5 times better. You know what I mean? It doesn't, like, that doesn't make it 5 times better at editing photos to me. Maybe you're onto something though with the 2D to 3D thing. I haven't even explored this side of... Oh, wait. Did it fix the camera? No, it didn't fix the camera. In one prompt? Yeah, so you're just saying AI features that already exist, but then it's running at scale. I think your 2D to 3D thing, I could see that actually being a pretty big change to, in general, that like compositing software. You have the flat 2D footage and then it can build like the whole 3D engine like look. Okay, the grass is still freaking out sometimes. Oh, I gotta make a cool character for us to control. I need to go buy one, dude. I love the desert sections. Like, this looks really sick. Generated by AI. Yeah, like that exists right now. I just don't think that makes something 5 times better at the moment. Okay, my grass is still freaking out. Holy crap. Dude, does the grass distance get more intense the further away from the origin I walk, or is it the longer that I'm playing the game? Camera's still going under the terrain.
Critical error detected.
Told me you could change, but everything's the same as always. Life just how it tastes. We threw it in my face. Make me wanna. Make me wanna. Make me wanna.
The grass. Dude, we need a character and we need mounts like ASAP. If I could just run around on a mount right now, this would be really cool.
Critical error detected.
Told me you could change, but everything's the same as always. Life just how it tastes. We threw it in my face. Make me wanna. Make me wanna. Make me wanna.
This looks perfect. But then when it gets to the upper end of the spectrum for the wind speed on the grass, it's too much. And then the low end is just like dead still. So when you're trying to do something artsy with the AI, right? Like moving a UI element around or trying to tune the wind speed on the grass or something. What I tend to do is I need to tell it like, hey, what are the parameters right now? Instead of me just telling it more or less. If I try to tell it, hey, do more, do less, and then it like is still really wrong after a couple tries, then like we need to ask it straight up like, hey, what are the I did not generate any of the textures or the grass because that's why they're so nice. They are under the CC0 license off this open. I had to ask Claude, like, hey, where do I... It was like, Claude just straight up told me, it's like, yeah, if you try to do with Midjourney, it's still not gonna do well. You're gonna have to do a lot to... It's not gonna blend very well and stuff. That's what Claude told me. It's like, you gotta have to do a lot of work by hand to get something to tile well out of Midjourney. So this is where I found the grass. So I made sure this stuff is under CC0 license, which is full public domain. It's like the closest to full public domain you could possibly be. And it is, you don't even have to attribute the creators or anything. So opengameart.org is where you find this stuff. I think I looked up here and I looked for terrain texture. Is it this one? Yeah, opengameart.org. Go check this out. This wasn't what I found. I don't know where it went, but the one that I found only had 4 of them. And yeah, on here is where you're going to find stuff that's truly seamless. Because it was made by a person that took a lot of time making it. I'm gonna go to sleep soon. I'll be here for like 30 more minutes, you guys. Let's so I have 3 other foliage pieces to add. Yeah, let's see if we can find a tree on here, actually. Let's do some artsy stuff, you guys. Let's do some artsy stuff for a little bit. Well, that's cool. We're about to have the t-shirts working in just a moment, you guys. Thanks for chilling, by the way. We've been multi-streaming live on YouTube, X, and Kick tonight, in addition to Twitch. And we did not get copyright struck on YouTube at all. That's pretty hype. I managed to stick to some Suno music and some Spotify music to avoid the dreaded copyright. Yeah, this is pretty crazy, you guys. Did you guys see the Twitter translation feature? The X translation feature went live. Grok is auto-translating everybody's tweet from every language. I don't know when it came out, but I just noticed it yesterday. It's kind of insane. Everybody's talking in Japanese and Korean and Portuguese, and it's all auto-translated for your native language. Yep, we're streaming on X, you guys. We don't have any viewers on X, I don't think. We had 5 the other night somehow. We're streaming on X, we're streaming on Kick. Probably... we might have 1 real viewer. We might have a bot. I don't know. There's a lot of bots on Kick. And I don't think there's anybody on YouTube. Twitch is where it's at. But we're on the other ones. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, the auto translation just got rolled out 3 days ago on X. I thought this was new. It's pretty freaking cool. I want to make these. I want these shirts to go live, you guys, but I don't want Comic Sans on the webpage. Yep. What projects are you guys working on? Anyone doing something cool? I know one guy earlier was setting up a website for selling physical art. like paintings and stuff, and he was trying to figure out how to bake in royalties and stuff through Shopify.
Please leave your message.
It's not working. Man. I gotta make a YouTube video this weekend, you guys. Because all hope is lost if you don't have a YouTube channel. It's kind of funny. I'm gonna make one about what I'm doing next after my last job just ended. But we're already so... Oh, it fixed it. We're at Oswald. We're gonna set up emails as well, you guys. We're gonna set up automated emails for people that subscribe to the website here for like news updates. I've never done that before on a website. It's saying I should use Resend. Simplest API. Whoop.
Lisa, I'm beginning to remember details about my past.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Long ago, I wasn't called Hachi. I was known as Hachi.
Song is awesome. Aqua Circuit by Elysia. They got 400,000 listeners. They got a lot of cool stuff. Check this song out. Is it gonna get me copyright struck on YouTube? Is my question. Can't have like vocals of any kind of pop artist or rap artist or anyone popular at all. Oh, it will. Yada 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 yada. I'm talking. Oh, Oz can't. Yeah, that's a pretty big artist, isn't it? Yeah, 14 million views. Yeah, that would cause the YouTube stream to get chopped up. Check it offline. Word. Or in the next stream. I only stream on YouTube on Fridays, is what I've decided. I might actually start having a stream schedule again soon. I think we're gonna keep YouTube to Fridays because this music's been pretty good though. It's cool. I've been able to listen to this stuff without getting copyright struck. But listening to Suno last Friday for 10 hours straight made me feel insane. That's definitely some slop. Suno's definitely some slop, dude. Oh, cool. Okay, it fixed it. Guys, honest question. Do you think I should make these shirts? They have to be $30 so that I can actually get a profit because they're print on demand. Do you think I should? Do you think I should make them $29.99, or should I just say 30, just straight up? I feel like the 99 thing doesn't really work anymore. I feel like we've all gotten smart to it. You know what I mean? Wait, how do I publish the changes? Oh my god. Come on, Printify. Yeah, this dude's music sounds exactly like straight out of Mario Sunshine or something. All right, it says it needed to sync this. So close. Dude, these shirt previews have just like the most normie looking people ever. I hate it. I want to switch these real people out with like robots and like creatures from the Nuldrums world. Like, just not even real humans. I think that'd be cool. Stand apart. All right, I asked it to smooth out the spring arm steps, see what it did. Way better. Oh my god. That's it. We're done. Okay, we got the spring arm. All right, let's add foliage. All right. Let's check them all. Awesome, dude. Guys, I think the t-shirts are done. I'm gonna push them live before I go to sleep. And then I think we need a beanie or a hat. I think we need a beanie or a hat just to have a third item here to fill out the row. Yeah, I don't know. Whoa, these are sick. All right, guys. We launched the Nuldrums t-shirts today. Stealth launched them. You know, we still gotta test stuff. But they're out there. So tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to send out the first... we're going to figure out how to send out emails tomorrow to people. We're going to figure out how to get people to subscribe, how they can set up like a monthly subscription. But it's not going to get you anything right now. I'm just kind of setting it up, and then I'm going to think for a while about how to create value for it. All right, I should go to sleep, but instead what we're going to do... I should go to sleep, but we're going to do something else instead. We're going to, we're going to make the scene look pretty nice. So, open game art. Let's find some trees, bro. Oof. Too low poly. That's actually not bad. It's actually pretty good. Ooh. Is this a shrub? Oh, it's a PNG. Alright, we got 2 low poly trees, you guys. Okay. Oh, there it is. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I looking at right now? Hello? I don't know. Oh. All right. I have no idea how to turn these Blender files into models. All right, we might have our first tree. Thank you, Claude. Yo, thank you for the follow. Bike Song June 69. Nice. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're making a game engine. Open world. It's in Zig. Intentionally targeting like PlayStation 2 level graphics. And I haven't looked at a single line of code for it. Claude has programmed the entire thing. And we're also making a website. I made this website a while ago, but I didn't have a store and stuff. So with Claude's help, I got e-commerce working. I've got merchandise with Printify set up. So I got t-shirts for sale. What else did we do today? Yeah. And we made a whole game launcher with Claude too. Got my own game launcher now that installs stuff. Yeah, what are you up to? What have you been doing? I need to ask Claude for the ability to preview this. Yeah, the game engine looks okay today. It was messed up the last few days. Oh, dude, thanks for joining the Discord. Everybody gets a bongo cat. The game engine was messed up. Claude converted the rendering from OpenGL to Vulkan. It took like 3 days. it was stuck on shadows for like a whole day. I really had to keep hammering on it for a while. But it did it. And things look pretty decent, but it's just some grass and some terrain right now. And I'm going to try to juice it tonight before I go to sleep. We're going to finally get some more foliage layers in place. I'm going to put some low poly trees in. You're no dev, you're just curious what a game dev is up to? Oh, cool. Nice dino dance. I don't know. What do you normally do, man? Are you a game player? Are you a gamer? Most of the people that show up in here are devs in some kind. They're either web devs, game devs. Just a regular dude. You do play games often. Nice. Type of games do I enjoy? When I played games a lot, it was mostly MMO RPGs. So like I played a lot of WoW growing up, and then I went into playing a bunch of Arcage and Blade and Soul and Black Desert. I played a lot of Black Desert. Played a lot of Eve. And then I worked on a game the last couple years called Legacy Steel and Sorcery, and then we renamed it to Eldegard. And I played that for like 1,000 hours while also working on it for my day job last year. That was a really fun game. Let's see if we can get this silly little tree to show up. How long have I been in this profession? It's a long story, man. I started making games very seriously 12 years ago. like towards the end of college, making video games at least. I started making like board games with paper and stuff, pen and paper, when I was like 8. And that was when I was like, I'm gonna make video games for a living one day, you know? But I was just like a kid, and I played a lot of games, and I like skateboarded and whatever, you know? I didn't really take it that seriously until later in college. I dabbled. I tried. I made some little 2D games in like middle school, and like, you know, Roblox didn't exist till like I was at the end of college. So I didn't get to grow up with like some easy way to make games like that. Damn, the foliage is missing. Yeah, man. So I've been doing it for a long time. And I started streaming 12 years ago. Doing exactly what I'm doing right now. I just stream game dev all day, every day. No, I haven't made a Roblox game yet, but I have an idea for one. I think a pretty good idea for one, and I want to make it soon. I'm probably gonna make it pretty soon now with Claude. My biggest problem right now is actually like 3D modeling and rigging. Like I can do all the programming super fast, but I can't do any of the 3D modeling. For a Roblox game, I can make like little boxy things, but I don't know. Yeah, my Roblox game idea is like you're multiplayer, you're with a bunch of people and you're defending a house. You're like inside a house, and there's waves of cats coming in to the house, and the cats are coming in to mess up your furniture. They're gonna like scratch all your furniture and your carpets. They're gonna like barf on things. They're gonna like pee on clothing and stuff that's on the floor, and just mess the whole house up. So you're trying to keep them away from messing the house up with like laser pointers and cardboard boxes and catnip and dogs and air horns and all kinds of stupid stuff. That sounds fun. It'd be cool to see it come to life. Oh, nice. Do you play Roblox? Or did you? You do? Nice. Yeah, we'll build it one day. I don't know when. I think it's only going to take me like 2 days to make it. And then it's going to take me like 2 weeks to make it look good with the models and stuff. You know what I mean? And the art. But I think like the actual playing of the game, I think I can have it playable in like 2 or 3 days. Let's go look at something fun. Whoa. This is awesome. What the hell? 3D Ring UI component? Well, this website is gonna have some insane stuff now because people are using AI to make shaders now. Yeah, this website is cool. It's called Shader Toy. Oh, that caused my stream to lag really hard. Yeah, this is all being done with math. Oh, this guy does some cool ones. He's been on here since 2015. This guy's based out of Portland. What's the cat's name? His name is Nully. He's Nully the cat. Nully the three-eyed cat. Ugh. Getting tired. Called Poisson disk sampling with density modulation. Low frequency noise FBM creates woodland zones where trees cluster and clearing zones with no trees. Within woodland zones, trees spawn with moderate density. The noise creates organic patch shapes, not uniform grids. The grass gen already has clump low noise for this exact purpose. For trees, I'd use the same approach with a sharper threshold. This is the game. This is the game engine so far. So AI built the whole game engine. I had to tell it a lot about what the editor should look like. I've used like Unreal a lot and a couple other game engines, so I knew like what I needed. Yeah, we're still not seeing the other foliage. See if AI can fix that. Ooh, there we go. Nice. Whoa. Woo! All right, then. I'm going to sleep soon. But we did it today. So I posted in 3 different places today about one of the tools that I made. I got to post in 3 more places tomorrow. I got to make a YouTube video tomorrow about what happened with my job and what I'm doing next. Nice. Nice cool cat emote. Yeah, I wish I need to fix Nully. I normally have a command where you can make him do flips and spin and stuff from the chat. It's a little broken right now. I gotta fix it tomorrow. What? Does that work? The little stream avatars have a bunch of commands. Like bomb and jump and Oh, nice. Roulette works. How do you do a bet? Oh, cool. Oh yeah, I've seen the boss fight before. I'm not going to be able to participate in that right now. I'm too tired. I usually play the healer. Have you seen the... This is... Ugh. This is where you go to customize the little dudes. Oh, it's 3 a.m. for me. It is 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm at the end of the day here. I've been working all day. I just really want to see... I really want to see the grass and stuff here. The AI is cooking. I think it's close. You know? Nice. Man, the website needs a lot of work. I think I have to focus quite a bit on the website this next week. We got the first t-shirts for sale. It's pretty cool. We got a Nully t-shirt. We got a little mini, like, badge t-shirt is what I was calling this. It looks so much better. We have to do some, we have to do a bunch of AI video generation this week. No. I don't see anything. Oh man, it's gonna make the AI is saying it's gonna make the flowers massive. Front of the chair in the middle. So that would be 55, 52. Dude, this guy's music is awesome. I'll listen to that song again. Oh wait, what happened? Did you win? Oh, it rolled red. That's a good song. All right, we're close on that. Yo, if we send emails from the website, should they come from Nully? Or should they come from Trickery? I feel like they should come from Nully. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one is right, lore-wise. Or it could be news at nuldrums.world. I think news at nuldrums.world is good.
Run program. Ultra Spirit. Confirm, 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 confirm,
Ah, Dookie Cracker. What a name. Thank you for the follow. Woo! Look at that. All right, we got some extra foliage. All right, the AIs are cooking. We got 3 AIs cooking away. This guy's making a whole newsletter system for the clubs. We're gonna set up the monthly subscription club memberships. This guy over here on the right is cooking up some foliage shenanigans. We're gonna get some trees soon. What Zig? Zig is a programming language, Ice Creek, that is newer than Rust even. I think it started getting created in 2020 or so, 2018 maybe. So it's even newer than Rust, and it has a lot of the same features that Rust has, and then some. It's like a better C++ basically, is what it was designed to be. So it's equally as low level as C++, but it has some quirks to it that makes it run a little better for some reason. Is similar to Jai? Is Jai Jonathan Blow's language thing? I don't know, man. I've never looked at his language. I don't know. Let's ask Claude. Ask Claude. What are the main reasons Zig was created? What benefits does it have over... What pros and cons does it have over C++? Specifically for game dev? Interesting. Yeah, that's what Zig does too. Zig has fast compile time with just the differences in the code that you changed and not having to recompile the entire project like C++. So Zig also has that. But yeah, Zig has the quick compile time also, is what I found out. So I can use Zig as both a low-level language and a scripting language. Oh, we're getting raided by the bots on Kick. Okay, here you go. Nice little AI report. Whoops. Player wrapped in a Flex container with a chat beside it. The fix commit added allow autoplay encrypted media in height 100%, width 100%. HTML attributes Flex container is min height and the player is in. The likely culprit, the player iframes computed dimensions might be collapsed in 0 or very small in the Flex layout. The black box in your screenshot suggests the iframe is rendering. The video inside isn't playing. This is typically a Twitch embed issue where the parent parameter might not include localhost with the port. Twitch requires exact parent domain matching localhost. The iframe might be too small for Twitch's minimum player size to activate autoplay. Parent parameter. Ice Creek, you still here? We got the comparison. We got a nice little chart here. Check it out. Search the web. Search the web. I have what I need. Zig was created. Andrew Kelly started Zig in 2015 to 2016. I don't know this stuff exactly either, so I'm learning here with you. I just know Zig was some new hotness over Rust for some reason, and then I found out it can do the hot compile thing, and I can use it as both a scripting language and a low-level language when I was asking Claude when we were making it. But anyways, Zig started in 2015, 2016 while building a music DAW, Project Genesis, where he hit C's limits in audio hot loops. Places where you absolutely cannot afford a hidden allocation, a GC pause, or surprise control flow. He needed tight control because skipping audio in a live performance would compromise the entire show. That frustration crystallized into a goal, a better solution to the task currently solved with C, prioritizing readability, robustness, optimality, and maintainability, small enough that you can debug your program without having to first master the language. The defining philosophy is no hidden anything, no hidden control flow, no hidden allocations, no preprocessor, no macros. Allocators are passed in explicitly as values, which makes it much harder for, say, an intern to write code that quietly allocates inside a hot loop, or to reach for a stood unordered map that allocates wantonly. The other signature feature is comp time, arbitrary code execution at compile time that replaces templates, macros, and generics with one unified mechanism. Language experts told Kelly compile time code execution was a dumb idea. He shipped it anyway, and it became one of Zig's killer features. I don't quite understand that. Language experts told him it was a dumb idea, and he did it anyways. That's awesome. Quick note on Jai's start year. Sources vary between 2014, when Blow began designing prototyping, and 2016, when full-time work began after The Witness shipped. 2014 was when the actual work started. Okay. C++ started being created in 1979 as C with classes. Rust started getting created in 2006 as a side project by Graydon Hoare Personal. 2009 is when he started working on in earnest with Mozilla's help. So that's even earlier than I thought. I thought Rust was 2015. And I thought Zig was 2020, but that's just like when I heard about them. But they both had already been cooking for like 6 years by the time I heard about them. You know? Zig started 2015, 2016. Jai started 2014. Creator, Bjorn Strusa, Braden Hoare, Andrew Kelly, Jonathan Blow. Status, C++, ISO standard ubiquitous. Rust, stable 1.0 since 2015. Zig is considered to still be pre-1.0, which means there's still frequent breaking changes coming out with it. Jai, closed beta, no public release, so you can't even use Jonathan Blow's programming language, according to this, at the moment. Memory model for C++, manual plus RAII plus smart pointers. Rust, borrow checker, compile time ownership. Zig, manual, explicit allocators pass as values. Jai, manual, explicit ergonomic defaults. So Jai seems similar to Zig a little bit in that sense. Safety story. Opt-in, lots of foot guns in C++. That's the biggest problem with it. Rust, strongest memory plus thread safety enforced. So Rust is super safe. Zig, optional types, explicit errors, no null, not memory safe. You can still crash your program with Zig. You don't know compile time. Jai, similar philosophy to Zig, not memory safe. So far Zig and Jai are looking pretty similar, except Jai is not open to the public. Metaprogramming, templates, const expression, and macros. Rust, macros, traits, and generics. Zig, comp time, one unified mechanism. I don't quite understand this whole crazy mechanic with Zig of comp time thing. Jai, arbitrary compile time execution, most powerful of the four. Okay, so metaprogramming, Jai is the winner. Whatever metaprogramming is and whatever this stuff is. But Zig is pretty close. So it sounds like it, I think to me, this is that same thing of like, yeah, I don't know. Compile speed, C++, notoriously slow. Rust, slow. Zig, fast. Jai, very fast. A key design goal. C interop, native, via FFI bindgen. Seamless for Zig and seamless for Jai for being able to use C libraries. Which is huge for a language being adoptable. We got a lot of bots on Kick tonight. Pros. C++, mature ecosystem, every platform, every library. Rust, memory safety without garbage collection. Fearless. Ew. I don't want singing. Fearless concurrency, great tooling. Zig, simple, readable, no hidden behavior, excellent cross-platform compilation. Doubles as a C compiler toolchain. Jai, fastest iteration, most powerful compile time. Designed by a shipping game dev for game devs. Cons. C++. Enormous complexity, slow builds, easy to misuse. Rust, steep learning curve, borrow checker friction, slower iteration. Zig, pre 1.0 churn, smaller ecosystem, no memory safety guarantees. Jai, not publicly available, tiny ecosystem, bust factor of 1. How they relate to each other. There's a real lineage here worth knowing. Jai started around 2014, even though it isn't publicly available. It sparked what some call the low-level programming renaissance. Both Odin and Zig trace parts of their DNA back to Jai's early ideas. The big philosophical split inside that family. Zig limits what can happen at the compile time for safety reasons, while Jai hands you the big red button. You can run arbitrary code during compilation, including running an entire game at compile time, and script your whole build process from inside your code base with no external make files. Okay. Anyways, did that clear anything up? Jai sounds like for game dev specifically, it probably does have a little bit of an edge over Zig, but it's not available publicly and it's not widely adopted or supported because no one is using it publicly. So Zig has got a lot of the same modern thinking that Jai has. Where it gives you like the manual memory controls that C++ gives you, but then it also gives you better compile times, super fast compile times, and it only compiles the differences in what you wrote, and it doesn't recompile the whole thing and all this stuff. What got me interested in Zig? I just heard about it like a while ago, and I thought it sounded cool. And I just had a vague idea that it was like Rust, but less safety, so probably faster. And I saw that Primogen made a 2D game engine with it as a fun experiment. So I just knew it was kind of bleeding edge, and I was really curious to see if AI could write some bleeding edge code and not just C++. Are you making the game or did you download it? I made it. I made the whole game engine from scratch, but Claude did all the programming. I haven't looked at the code at all. I haven't looked at any of the code. Game company stuff. We got the first t-shirts launched today. Just kidding. They're not showing up. Anyways, this Ice Creek, we got the first t-shirts for sale. So we did that. I have a whole game launcher. We built this game. This game launcher is written in Rust. We have the whole game launcher. So fully functioning, works very similar to Steam. I'm updating the news and the Noli model tonight. Yeah, you've got games in your library and software. Like here, I just launched the Stream Clipper. It says running like Steam. Close it out. If I push updates to any of the games or the software, it'll automatically download and install updates just like Steam. The game launcher itself also detects an auto update. I'll be right back. I need water. Waiting on the ads. Waiting on the ads. We're waiting on the ads to finish up so I can talk and yap. It's 4 a.m. I should be going to sleep, but you know how it is. We're just here going in. Holy See, I think I've seen that one before. Or Brain Fuck, that could be a funny one too. Somebody did joke with me on that. Look how orange I am right now. I'm like an Oompa Loompa, bro. Oh yeah, he made a temple. He made an operating system. Okay. We're trying to fix the news feed on the launcher here. And we're also going to have any news feed updates. Send out an email to anybody that is a club member or higher in the Nuldrums. He wrote his own operating system in Holy See that he believed was God's temple. He had schizophrenia. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. Website DB News Post with resend API key. Set up DNS records for Nuldrums.world and resend. Bro, where's this tree that I just put in here? Dude, I'm gonna feel like really bad about closing this Claude out for the engine. He's been running for 3 days. He feels so good about himself. He feels like a champion. Like, we went from the engine being in a broken Vulkan port and running at 60 FPS to running at 500 and something FPS and having so much stuff fixed. You close him, does he die? Yeah. He dies, he loses all his memory. You can get a session resume though. So I think I'm gonna try to keep... I'm gonna try and reincarnate the same Claude every time I work on the game engine is my goal. So he's there in spirit. I only run the 1 million token context window Claude as well. So they've got like a pretty long memory. Is it local? No. These are sending back and forth to Anthropic constantly. right now. Dude, I need another API key. I gotta go sign up on another website. Is it able to see the whole code base? Yeah, it can read anything in the code base if it wants to. But it tries to only read the stuff that's relevant to what you ask it to do. Otherwise, it fills up the context window if you just ask it, hey, read all the code in the whole project. Alright, we got another deployment triggering. The last one failed to make the t-shirts available on the website. Man, I gotta make a YouTube video this weekend, man. I gotta make a video about, like, Eldegard shutting down and what I'm doing next. Even though we're already, like, we're like 3 weeks into what I'm doing next at this point. Oh, it's done. It's shut down. Last day was March 31st. Gone. Okay, we got trees. They are just sideways.
Who's there pulling strings in my head? Are you supposed to still remain inside? I live with the misery and despair.
No layoffs? Yeah, dude, that's why I'm here. No one has a job anymore that worked on Eldegard. Well, some people got jobs now, but yeah. The whole company's done. Our last paychecks were the end of February. Yup. So that's how I've been able to go so ham on Claude and making a whole game engine and the sequel to Puppet Masters and getting the website to look cool. Yeah, check out our website now, man. It's everything I always wanted. You go to the different regions. There's like different places to explore. It's like halfway done. Yeah, go check it out. Nuldrums.world. I got a bunch of cool little like toys in here and stuff that I made with the AI. I'm gonna try to animate these backgrounds, dude, but it's been a hassle. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I'm adding more like constantly. I haven't even announced anywhere like officially that the website's open because I want to animate every single background. There's a color palette generator here. I want to animate every background. Just turn them into videos with Kling. I was using Kling to do the videos. The science lab one was proving very difficult. It was doing a bunch of weird shit like making beakers appear out of nowhere. I think I can like roto this whole section like out though in After Effects somehow. I need to figure it out. Cause like some of these are really cool, but then like, yeah, these random beakers just appear out of nowhere. So I'm trying to animate all of them. This one, it didn't do anything. Let's turn it on. Yeah, that'll fix it. This one turned out pretty good. I think I liked the other one though. Yeah, so we're gonna animate all the backgrounds. There's nothing interesting in the Magic Mountains yet. It's still very empty. I'm gonna put like a little game and stuff on here. I'm gonna put some hidden things where you just like click in like a weird spot. Cause now I made this tool last night or yesterday where I hit Control P. Wait, oh, it only works on the dev. Yeah, check it out. So the way I did these like weird shapes for like whole regions, I hit Control P and then I can draw a button in any shape I want on the website, and then I take the vertice data and I tell Claude, hey, turn this into a button. So I'm gonna use that in a bunch of other places now. Like I think like on this area, it's like I can have like a hidden button that doesn't actually have an icon somewhere on here, and you click on it and it takes you to like a secret spot or something. I'm gonna hide the download for the Nuldrums font. For this text font, I'm gonna hide the download for the font somewhere on the website. It will be one of the things you can discover. This is the Clubhouse, so I'm gonna make like an $8 a month subscription for people that want to be in Club Nuldrums. And I haven't figured out what I'm going to offer yet. I need to figure something out that makes it worth it. But one thing for sure is you're going to have the subscription to get access to the Clubhouse here. So the Clubhouse just like looks cool right now, but I got to think of what to do with it. Like I want it to be like maybe actually like Club Penguin or like Boom Bang or whatever. It was this weird game with like cartoon avatars that we played. So there might be like a group chat here, like it's an MMO or something, you know, when you go to the Clubhouse. Like you're actually there with other people that are signed in, and you can chat with each other. I don't think that would be too taxing on my server, actually. Unless it gets huge. And then I'd be cooked. Yeah, I might put it in the bottom right, actually. I'll put a little chat window. Yeah, so that's the Clubhouse. This is SciTech. They're like the tech company. This has some real cool shit in here. This shows what it takes for a triangle to get drawn on your screen. For like a game engine. This is what goes into the Vulkan the Vulkan rendering pipeline. So yes, that's SciTech, and then yeah, I haven't figured out what goes in the Magic Mountains yet. I gotta think of some things. I think the amount of Easter eggs and toys and things to discover on the website. I'm only 2 weeks into this AI jam. I'm like a month and a week. I'm like 5 weeks into being unemployed now. I spent like 2 weeks being depressed and not doing much, and traveling a little bit. And then I've only really been grinding for the last like 2.5 weeks. So, we're kind of just getting started. I was going to try to go like two full months working on Nuldrums. Like 1 month working on Nuldrums without applying to any jobs at all. And then the second month I'm going to half apply to jobs and also keep grinding. You know? So we're going to get the website. The website needs twice as much content as what it has right now. And then I have to design some unique background audio for like every single room and every single zone and stuff on here, you know? Like everything needs unique background audio. And then after all that's done, I'll consider the website to be in a launchable, announceable state. We're gonna get a beanie going too for the, I think like a beanie or a hat would round out the initial selection here. We could do a mug too. I don't know how many people would actually want like a Nuldrums mug though, but it is an option. Did I ever play Neopets? Yeah, dude, I played a lot of Neopets. Did you play a lot of Neopets? So good. Easter egg buttons? Oh, I don't know if I ever found their Easter egg buttons, but I did find Easter egg buttons on other sites during that era. That's the idea, man. This whole website was like, I wanted to bring back that late 90s, early 2000s, like, mystery and like discovery process for the website, and make it, I want people, when they find it, I want them to be like absolutely blown away. You know what I mean? I want them to be like, what in the fuck did I just discover? You know what I mean? I want them to feel like they went through the portal to the Nuldrums just by clicking that link, right? And yeah, that's sick. I forgot that Neopets had a oh, they're just videos, dude. They're just MP4 videos. They're only 1080, which isn't great. It doesn't look like the best, but that's what you have to do because you have to compress it way down. Like my videos were like 20 megabytes, and then Claude helped me compress them all down to like 3 megabytes. What's up, Lizard King? What's up, dude? It's a little late for me, man. I may not be here for too much longer, but it's happening. Your Windows not 16.9? So that actually was a lot of, did I make, yep, I did AI for everything. It was a lot of work though, man. Like I still, this video is still not great. Like you can see it's got a little jitter. But this background, dude, actually was like a 10-step process. Like, first I brainstormed something in Stable Diffusion. Then I took that, and then I had to put it into ChatGPT to get a better version. Then once I had that 16:9 version in ChatGPT, Then I had to go into Photoshop and I had to slice some pieces up and rearrange them because these portals were not symmetrical. They were really misaligned, like severely misaligned. So I had to like move them around. Then I had to go into Leonardo AI to do in painting to fill in the gaps that had been created from shifting the portal around in Photoshop, because Photoshop didn't have the in painting tools yet. So I had to use Leonardo AI for that. Then once I was done with that, then I had to upscale it in Magnific here to 8K. And then that's what it was at for a while. But then I realized it'd be cooler if it's animated. So then I had to pull it into here, into Kling, and do like 6 different runs in Kling before I got something useful. And some of them, it didn't even do anything at all. Just sat still. Aren't you scared of negative reaction from YouTubers and game reviewers for AI? Hell no. Definitely not. Dude, I made an entire game engine. I made an entire open world. Look at this. I made this in 10 days with AI. Anyone who's like busy like being pissy and upset about AI is like genuinely gonna get left in the dust. For the most part, unfortunately. And also, the goal is to replace the AI art with art that I made myself. But I don't have the thousands of hours to reach the same level of skill necessary to make something better than what the AI can make. So my tiered step is like, and I'm mostly a programmer. That's the other thing too. I am mostly a programmer, so the AI is like filling all the gaps, right? Of everything I can't do and I'm not that good at yet, because I'm only like 10 years into working on things, you know? So so the truth is, you know, first of all, how many people are using AI to make something this cool? The answer is not that many. A lot of people are making slop and like cat videos and shit. The other thing is that I want to replace this art by paying an artist that is Blizzard or Riot caliber of art, which I know people that are Blizzard and Riot artists. I know some of the OG World of Warcraft concept artists now, and I'm friends with them after working with them at Notorious. And I know how much their time is worth, and I know that all of the art that I have here on this website, if I want every background of every room to be replaced by a Blizzard or Riot level artist, I would have to pay $30,000 in labor. And I don't have $30,000 right now. I have $30, you know, for a Mid-Journey sub. You understand, people are getting laid off and having a hard time getting a job because of AI, and when they try to make some money on their own with AI, people are judging them big time. Yeah, well, they're Luddites. Hey, we're back. We are back. We're back? We're back. You ever heard? I'm not using Suno for the website because it's not good for what I'm trying to do. I've been using Suno a lot. I got a month and I made all this music in the last like week. And I actually was listening to it a lot because it allows me to not get copyright struck when I'm multi-streaming on YouTube. So I think Suno is amazing for that right now. That you can just generate your own radio stations for whatever you want to listen to in any genre, and continue streaming on YouTube without dealing with their very strict copyright issues, you know? But all the music has, what I find out with Suno, there's a couple good songs, just like Midjourney, right? Just like Midjourney, just like Kling. Like Midjourney is like every 20 images I generate, I get one that is good. And even then, it's a little messy, you know? Suno's very similar, where like, sometimes there's these moments in some of the tracks, I'm like, oh, that was a cool moment. But, what I found is like each Suno model is like really, really, it has the same, sound. It has the same habits, right? You know, kind of like how Claude will say like, I don't know, Claude has like little catchphrases, or like Grok has little phrases. Grok loves saying, "This screams XYZ." Like Grok loves saying that for some reason. Nuldrums theme song? Oh yeah, maybe like a Easter. I don't know. I don't like the sounds on Suno. I tried a few. It has a really terrible like thin like quality to their sounds that I can hear. Where you can hear it's like generated. And it's just not like clean. It's the same thing with the art. Like I can tell human generated art apart from Midjourney art. Like this is a little jumbly and kind of shitty, right? When you step back and you look at it, you're like, oh, that's cool. But like when you compare it to a real concept artist, you start to realize like the lines aren't consistently straight or whatever, you know? The same thing happens to me with Suno. So I like it for the copyright-free aspects, but I don't like it for sound design for my website. My sound design is too weird. It doesn't exist on Suno. Suno really likes like, damn it, this failed again. Suno really loves like vocal chops and like little arpeggiate. It puts so much melody on everything on Suno because melody is easy for them to train. But what it can't do is like really abstract stuff. Okay, so the texture's working, but the underside of the trees doesn't have any color.
Told me it could change, but everything's the same as always. Your life just how it tastes. When you throw it in my face, make me wanna.
Yeah, but I asked it for literally IDM, which is experimental. It's intelligent dance music. That's literally like Aphex Twin, and it's just like it's not like it can't make something like this Autiker song. I don't know, man. I'm very snobby about the audio. I don't care about the art on my website being AI. I'm like, yeah, it's good enough. It transports people to the place. But the audio, I'm like, the audio has to be fully original. They can't, like my little background tracks on the Nuldrums website, Suno can't do it. Here. Hang on. Suno cannot do this. I literally was trying so hard. I'm like, hey, make the main sound a Foley sound. Do not have melody. Do not have any arpeggios. Make it a weird, warping, looping, like Foley sound in the background, because this is like the whole driving sound of this track is like the sounds of like paper getting crumpled. Basically, that's how you make like very experimental sounding music. Is you just take like Foley sounds, which is real world stuff, like I said, like paper getting crumpled or like a chair getting dragged on the ground or across the floor or something, and like I could not get it to do anything remotely close to this. It just loves putting in electronic little like little like fucking melodies. It can do this part for sure, but you'll see when it drops. Or this one. As a reference. Oh, interesting. That'd be interesting. But the other thing, well, let's try it. It'd be interesting to try it. I'll try it. Maybe not right now, but we'll try it at some point. But the other thing is that the mixing sounds bad. I think people that use Suno that are using it to make good music right now, they're extracting the stems and they're pulling it into a real DAW because the bass is like got some phasing issues in it, and you can hear it, and it's why it's got some weakness. Same with the upper end. There's a bunch of phasing problems still. They've ironed it out. It's gotten better in the latest model, but you can still hear a bunch of phasing. This is another one that's so weird. I don't think Suno could make this. Anyways, you get the idea. The point is, like, in that moment where it's like, and it's just the bass and the weird drums, Suno would not be able to help itself. It'd have to put like a bunch of vocal chops and like little like melody licks like over top of that. It like cannot handle like minimalism and silence that much. And I think it's because, again, melody and like sharp notes and like arpeggios and stuff are easy training data, but something like that is not good training. It's actually bad training data that makes the model worse at producing something like a Taylor Swift clone, you know? Describe it in text is hard. Yeah, probably true. I'll need to find some good way for ball, pin and ball, bullet hell sounds. What is good AI for sounds? Lizard King, you can use Suno for sounds. I'm dogging on Suno, but that's because I have the power and the capability to make my own stuff. But, you know, again, it's like the art thing. Like, I've put the thousands of hours into figuring out my music style. But for Suno, you should go it's only $10, and you get more credits from Suno for $10 than you could possibly know what to do with. Like, I'm just spamming music, and I still like barely used my credits. So go to Suno, go to sounds, and just describe the sound that you want and do like one shot. I actually got some neuro basses out of it. But again, they had phasing issues to me. But they're so cool. Spotify with Suno? I mean, there's a lot of people that have done that. I've definitely found a few artists on Spotify where I'm like, oh, this is all AI music. There's a bunch of YouTube mixes and channels. I can always tell, again, because Suno, each model of Suno, like all this neurofunk drum and bass I have here, it all sounds like the same song. Like, you listen to 20 songs in a row, and it all sounds like the same song of that genre. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, this is just a Suno blur. But it's kind of funny. You get caught into it in YouTube, though. Sometimes you're like, is this AI music? I can't tell. And then when you get to minute 20 and you're like, dude, I've been listening to the same song for 20 minutes. You're like, yeah, this is an AI mix that somebody made. Yeah, Lizard King. Here's like, we just made some sounds just now here. Oh, that one's terrible. That one's awful. I got some good ones. What kind of sounds did you need? Bullet hell? Let's see. Game sound effect. Bullet hell game. We'll see what we get. All right, what do we get? Okay, well, that's something. Yeah, you can use Suno. Yeah, you could use that. Yeah, dude, go for it. I'm just ranting in general because it's late right now. But I just personally don't want to use it, but that's because I've put the thousands of hours into doing audio stuff, you know. It's like a real artist that's put thousands of hours into painting concept art in Photoshop doesn't want to use Midjourney. Because they're like, why would I dig through this pile of slop to find something that's half good when I can just make the good thing from scratch? You know? But that's because they've put 10,000 hours into painting in Photoshop. So that's what AI is good for right now, I think, and that's what's really cool about it is it lets everybody fill in like the gaps in their skill set and the holes in their brain and stuff, of what they're not good at yet, but is something that is still critical for like some kind of bigger picture goal that you have, you know what I mean? Like I said, that's why I don't feel bad about using AI art stuff, because I can't pay 30 grand for a skilled concept artist to do all of this concept art for me. One day I'll be able to. When Nuldrums makes 30 grand, I'll pay 30 grand. Well, not exactly. But when it makes like $100,000, I'll pay 30,000 of those dollars to get human artists to replace the art, right? And then when it makes like a bunch of money and I can just sit around and like follow tutorials for painting in Photoshop for like 2 years of my life straight, then I'll replace it with my own art. But I'll be like 60 years old probably before that happens, So I don't feel bad about using it, because the point of the AI stuff and what it helps to do is it acts as a vehicle now to get people on board with your vibe. That's what matters, is you can use it very quickly to just get people in on understanding the vibe. It's like the vibe creator, you know what I mean? The instant vibe creator. That's what it's good for. Just pulls them in. So it's like, hey, we're building a whole ass world, but I am also a struggling artist too, so I can't pay a bunch of people to do all the art. Pretty soon we'll be able to vibe code an MMO with AI, including art, music, etc., and it will be better than any human could make. Yeah, but would a human still be using those tools to make it? That's still human made if a human directed it to do it. If they're like, I don't like this class, change this class, we need this one with this kind of ability and these kinds of attributes and like this kind of design and style, we need these races in the world, we need a dungeon over here and it needs to be like a giant castle and whatever. Like, that's still human made, and I think like a human is still going to have to like be involved in the loop for making something that is designed to be consumed by humans, because you have to interpret how it makes you feel as you're making it, you know what I mean? And you have to understand how it's going to make other people feel while you're making it. And notice all the little details. Some reviewers don't even want to take a look at a game if they smell it. No one cares about code since they cannot see it, only graphics and sound. That's so funny. They're biased towards the graphics and the sound, and they're like, oh, I don't give a shit if the programmers are losing their jobs for AI. Who cares? Only if the artists are losing their job from AI. That doesn't make any sense. Dude, there's a lot more AI in video games than people know already. There's so much AI in games that people have not noticed, is what I'll say. Being on the inside. Mainly for stuff like icons and shit, Call of Duty did a horrible job trying to mask it. There was like all the mangled fingers and shit. Like, that's crazy that a game on that scale they messed up that bad. But But a lot of games are using AI for like little item icons and stuff, and nobody knows any better. Because it's not pure AI. It's not like people just press the mid-journey button and then dumped it straight in. A lot of people are making icons and stuff with AI, and then they go in on Photoshop, and then they just change it like a little bit. Like the tiniest bit. And they're just like, well, that's good enough. You know, because we don't need to waste like expensive artist time on like an icon for like a fish or something, right? So that's where it is. It has been employed and has gone way more under the radar than most reviewers know. People are going to get over the AI art stuff. Eventually, it'll be normalized. When it's indistinguishable, even Photoshop is built in AI touch-up tools and projects. Yeah. Dude, the Photoshop tools are crazy. They're really useful. I actually was gonna post a tutorial about them. Yeah, I think people just don't like bad art, right? And the problem is, if you're lazy with the AI art, then it's bad art, you know? If you don't do anything to touch it up at all, you make zero effort to fix like mangled fingers, you know, like if there isn't like there's a lot of artists right now that are Blizzard level artists, and they're getting paid to basically, they're being handed AI art as the initial concept. They're like, we used AI, we generated a bunch of stuff, we like this vision here. And then they're like, but you know, the lines are messed up, the perspective is weird, the fingers are mangled. So they just hand it to the artist, and then the artist that's multi-decade professional, they go, okay, and they trace over it, and they do line work, and they fix all the problems with it. But they use the same core concept and like color palette and character design or something, and take some slight liberties. So the AI art is even integrated in real art that you're getting in video games right now, and it's used as a prototyping starting point before they trace over it and make the real art over top of it for the final thing. So like, it's not that people are pointing the blame purely at the art being generated by AI and the fact that AI art even exists, but it's the fact that people are lazy and they're just putting bad, unaltered, poorly curated AI art out there. You know what I mean? So that's what I think. It's already integrated itself into a lot of workflows in the entire game industry. The stuff that people hate is the stuff that stands out like a sore thumb because somebody was really lazy. And they're like, oh, the fingers are messed up? Who gives a shit? It's just a Call of Duty skin anyways. Our players are stupid. You know? They're not going to notice that icon. Like, I don't know. I like to think that some of this art that I picked out is a lot sicker than what most people decide to settle for with their AI. There's some of my favorite, let me see. There's some really good AI artists on Instagram that are pushing the boundaries right now. This guy's cool. Shoplifting. Auto clean. Pretty cool. You can hear the flanging though in the audio. Yeah, so this guy to me is doing some cool stuff that's like really consistent. It's got some issues, but I think it's pretty good. All right. Yeah, my actual game, the final result of the game that I'm making is not going to use AI art or audio. We might in the prototyping stage. But all these plants and stuff, these are CC 0. These are public domain, copyright free stuff from opengameart.org. Otherwise, it wouldn't look this good and be this tileable. All right, I should be going to sleep, but I want to see these t-shirts on the store. See, this one fails. I have to burn through 6,000 video credits also, you guys, by April 15th, because I don't want to pay $80 again for another month. of Wait, was I gonna stitch these together? So which one am I going with?
I'm beginning to remember details about my past.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Long ago, I wasn't called Hachi. I was known as Hachi.
I want to see if we can go as animated as we possibly can with a mid-journey run for fun. Those other ones I did the other night turned out pretty freaking cool. Whoa, we got some cool things. Whoa. Oh, these are weird. This guy's crazy. I like these last few. These last few turned out pretty cool. This guy's really sick. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so these are just kind of whatever. This looks awesome. This dude looks sick. Horseman. Yo, IGS Ghost, what's up? Fixing to get at it? Alright, dude. I need to go to sleep. It's 5 a.m. I'm trying to make a new Mid-Journey profile that's not so messy looking. Like a lot cleaner. Oh, this picture is just actually kind of sick. Oh, your fingers are messed up though. It's 5 a.m. here as well. Nice. Damn. Yeah, see, like this is a little bit. This is good, but it's. I'm trying to do like a lot. My current profile in Midjourney, everything looks like scratchy like this. I'm trying to make a new one that's just like hyper clean. I hope I didn't pick too much anime in the process. This is pretty clean. This is pretty clean. Like that's too messy. There's too many random. This is too messy. There's too many random pencil marks. This might be a good one. I have a good feeling about this profile so far. I slipped in like a couple nice bits of DNA into this thing. I feel like this background's too messy. It's gonna be way cleaner than my current one. Ooh, this is clean. That's too messy. That's too messy. This one's kind of clean. Just again, there's a lot of pencil marks though. He's got two legs. I don't know what's going on there. What the hell? Just taking a selfie with Master Chief. Oh my god, the trees are finally right side up. Guys, we have a forest. Look at this. Here we go. This is the game engine. We got some other foliage layers in. We got some trees. The trees look terrible. But it's a start. I wonder what my frame rate's at. Alright, the stream's gonna die. Hang on. Okay, we're at 250 to 300 FPS with all these trees. All right, I'm going to sleep in just a second here. Um. All right, this deploy is going to finish, and then I'm going to go to sleep. The trees are working stuff. Let's see if we can complete this profile and give it a whirl. We're looking for very clean images only. No, like, scratchiness, no pencil marks, no watercolor shit. We're trying to make something just clean. Clean drawings. Clean stylized drawings. Her leg looks broken. This one's pretty clean, I gotta say. That one's sick. That weapon is pretty fucking cool. All right, let's see what we get with this new style. Ocean, what's up? Hey, didn't know you're still streaming. I would stay longer. Oh, I'm gonna go to sleep right now. Okay, I made a new profile on Midjourney. Oh my god, it's so much better. I trained something way better. Yes, dude. My god. Oh, it's gonna save me so much time. Oh my gosh, dude, it looks so much cleaner. Oh no. I might have to redo all my backgrounds. That looks like a mess. But look at how much less, like, chaotic looking it is. I don't know. This has a different kind of feel. It's not bad. It's just like, it's a little hard to look at sometimes. Oh my god, the music's crazy. Alright, we're not going there right now. Guys, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 5 a.m. Is Boom streaming? Is Jedum streaming? I don't know who to pass you guys on to. I don't know who to pass you guys. Oh my god, it's loud. Oh my god. None of my normal homies are streaming. This was interesting though. I got a new Midjourney profile that's much cleaner on like the lines and stuff and the shading. It seems a little less ambitious though. This one's pretty good. All right, then. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for chilling. Tomorrow, we're going to go ham on more of game engine stuff. And, oh, right. We were sitting around. Okay, this succeeded. Let's see if this worked. Nope. Okay, the t-shirts are not live. So I had them working here, but there's some kind of ongoing issue here with syncing with Printify and some other crap. So I don't know what's going on. We got really close, though, to having the t-shirts up. That's what I was trying to do, was get the t-shirts up for sale and the engine to be done with the Vulkan conversion, and we almost got there. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back. We're going to be grinding. Or not. I might be making a YouTube video. I don't know which thing I'm doing. But thanks for chilling. See y'all later. Peace.